You good?
Yeah.
Lovely, man. Sorry for the delay. I put on my other laptop. For some reason, I'm having these problems with my Linux laptop. Like the Google Chrome on my Linux laptop is affecting the levels of the audio. And I noticed before I came in, I was like testing my audio and I was like, why is it going up and down? And I realized I had this happen on one of my lives on a round table. But it happens and then it doesn't happen. So it's like intermittent. It's very weird. And it's definitely not my system because I tested the audio with my other software. So namaste, welcome, Howard. Hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. Hold on. Am I even on the screen? I'm not
Yeah.
on the screen.
Well, I
Is my
can see
head
you.
cut off?
Oh, a little bit.
Darn. That's a bit weird. Just give me a second while I sort that out quickly. It's my little blooming boy, you know. He comes in here and he plays around, and that's better, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me check this side just to make sure that it's not weird. Hold on. Oh my gosh, now I've really messed it up. It wasn't my boy, it was me. I was on the wrong camera. Trying to figure out why my camera looks so weird, man. There we go. Okay, that's more like it. Now, is that better? Okay. Sorry, people. Please forgive me this. I'm trying not to be like on one edge of the camera. And I'm trying to make it that that I can see with my camera. That looks about right, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's good.
All right. That's about right. It's just, oh, careful I don't knock it off. Oh gosh, life is a perfectionist. So how have you been, dear brother?
Oh, doing good.
Did I? Is it must be like the pretty 6 a.m. there, huh?
Yeah, it's early. You see that? You see that right there? You
Oh,
see that light?
let me. Oh yeah, man, nice.
So that's seedlings
Oh,
for the garden. And
you got an indoor light growing there.
yeah. And
Oh,
they just started coming up. So there's itty bitty little leaves popping up. And it only took like a couple days.
are you running them on an 18-hour cycle?
You mean with the light?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that. Like in the daytime, we just run the light, which is very warm. And then at nighttime, I turn the light off, and there's a heat mat under the seedlings that I turn on, and so
Okay,
I
so
switch it.
let me give you some advice. Go on Amazon and buy yourself a timer. It costs like $5.
Okay.
Probably get free delivery, you know, or your local garden shop. I don't think they cost more than $5. $5, $6, whatever. And it's a plug that you plug the light into, and you can set. It's like a rotary thing. You can set it. Right? You get
Right.
digital ones too, but I just use the old-fashioned, the dial ones, and you push the little buttons in, and the lights will turn on and off at the same time every day.
Okay.
And like they really appreciate that. Like if you want to get the most out of them, especially as they start growing bigger now, and
Yeah.
I'd put them on an 18-hour cycle,
Okay.
but just make sure there's not too much light. You'll find that you'll get the best out of them because they don't need to sleep much.
Yeah.
So, not when they're young. They're the opposite of children. The older they get, the closer they get to flower, the more sleep they need. Isn't that funny? And
Yeah.
humans are the exact opposite. But we also take in the CO2. I mean, we take in the oxygen and they take in the CO2 for their good stuff. So
Yeah.
That's in itself quite interesting. There's a number of idiosyncrasies. So, Howard, how are you doing, brother? I hope you're well. Oh, we've got 10 people sitting here already. And we've got,
Have we started?
we got
Are we talking to people?
oh, yeah, baby. We're
Oh, okay.
live, baby. I
Very
went
good.
on immediately because, like, I think there's a 15-minute cutoff. If you're more than a certain minutes late, they don't allow you access.
Oh, okay.
So, and so I said, we're going to jump on right now. I'm just worried about the time because I had to go and fetch the other laptop, shut down this laptop, start up the other laptop, reorganize my speakers and all my mic and jacks and everything, plug them into the other one,
Yeah.
start up, log in. It was a whole story. And I was already having difficulties before I decided. I got fed up and I said, screw this, I'm getting the Windows laptop. I prefer using Linux for this, but anyway. So who have we got here? We've got Willadi ETHPS. I don't know how to say that, but hello and welcome. We got the Star, welcome. Howard, of course. Tom Rue, welcome. Yeah, man. Big love and namaste to all of you out there as well. That was clever. That was my keyboard. I hope I didn't knock anything off. You can still hear me, yeah? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good. Just
Talking
checking
to
because
me.
I knocked the keyboard off, so all the cables got pulled and everything. But luckily, it didn't disconnect the mic. You know, it's very sensitive where it goes into the and StreamYard is such a screw up that if your mic disconnects while you're on StreamYard, you can't connect it again. You got to go out and come back in. I mean, this lovely StreamYard. I found that when I was with Riverside, that wasn't a problem. But then with Riverside, Indie Sage couldn't get a very clear stream for some reason. And a lot of the people were complaining that their images and their cameras and they weren't able to do it properly. I was fine with that, but I was having problems with the guests. I was like, okay. So the topic for today, remote viewing. That was your topic. I'll let you. By the way, before we get carried away and dropping into the fray, for those of you that don't know Jeremy, for those of you that are new or popping in, hello, welcome. Keep the smile alive. That's what life's about. Jeremy is a absolutely awesome guy. He's a father. He's a researcher. He's devoted to his martial arts, to his child and his partner, and now to his little seedlings in the corner. He's gonna become a farmer. That's the way, people. If you can start farming, do it. You might need a little bit of a shade cloth, by the way. I don't know what the sun's like on your end when you transition them into real sunlight because of the UV from the indoor lights. Like, you know, like a 70% cloth as a transition point for the seedlings. And I don't know what cannabis laws are like on your end, but there's that too. So yeah, he's a researcher. He's a great guy. He's very grounded, and we always love having him on. He's been a guest on our round table for a long time, but he hasn't been able to be on the round table just because the time, you know, his little girl, his family, Saturdays are tricky for him. But here he is, 6 a.m. on his end. So thank you for the big sacrifice, dear brother. And where would you like us to go with this conversation?
Yeah. Thank you for the intro. So remote viewing. I'm sure everyone here has an idea of what remote viewing is and, you know, has possibly listened to podcasts about it or, you know, done some research. And I'm still a little iffy about like what exactly it is, and I haven't tried it. It, it seems a little, I don't know. I haven't wanted to mess with it, but there's this aspect of it. What was it? The CIA had I think it was the Gateway Project, if I'm not mistaken, which was about remote viewing. and there's some very famous remote viewers. I think there's a guy named like Ingo Swan, I think his name is, uh, and some other ones, and there's stories about viewing Mars like a billion years ago, and you know, seeing habitation on it, and um, all sorts of all sorts of crazy stuff. But uh, what was interesting was about its application in the military, or at least the U.S. militaries. I'm sure I'm sure Russia and China and the other militaries have their own uh practical application of it. Um, but it was this aspect of like being able to see or being able to describe areas uh in on the earth at different times, being able to describe like buildings and you know um inside of buildings and people and movements and stuff like this, and having it be reliable enough to where um the military was actually getting you know actionable intelligence through this method. um and then uh it kind of seems like now, I mean, it, you don't really, you don't really, I feel like you don't hear like on the podcast and stuff like that. You don't hear about remote viewing from someone who, you know, is in the military currently, or like just got out of the military yesterday or something like that. But it seems to me that if something if something worked or does work, that more and more resources wouldn't wouldn't be poured into it to make it better or more streamlined. And so, because I don't think that's the case, I, I have this feeling that there absolutely are like um, professional military personnel who are remote viewers. Like that's their job. You know what I mean? And uh, there's like, I'm not sure what you're tapping into as far as where you go when you remote view. Um, but I've also heard stories of people remote viewing and encountering what seems like the avatars of other remote viewers and interacting with them, sometimes in hostile ways. Well, they'll meet the avatar of another remote viewer and get basically like punched back into their bodies. I was like, oh, very interesting. So could it be that there have been, or there has been, or there is, are these battles going on between, you know, uh remote viewers, like, sitting in their little containers like this, and their avatars are out there fighting each other, you know, for access or for information. Because think about it, like if you're remote viewing and your consciousness is just free floating around and you can direct it, like you can go anywhere potentially. That's the idea. You can go anywhere. You could look into the inner workings of, you know some foreign semiconductor, and you know draw down the schematics, or you could uh you know go to Pluto or the dark side of the moon, stuff like this. um And I've also curiously, I've heard, I, going with my idea that there are these, um, possibly even covens of remote viewers, that there's kind of like this, I don't know what the word is, like force field around the earth. And if you if you are doing a certain kind of unauthorized remote viewing, um, it'll get picked up on, and the black helicopters will show up, or something like this. Um, so, and then another thing is that if you were to do this kind of remote viewing, like where are you? Where what are you tapping into? Where are you going? And is it dangerous? Like if your remote viewing avatar is out there roaming around, um, is it uh is it dangerous to encounter other things? Like, will other things be attracted to whatever you are, and follow you back to your body, and this type of things? Anyways, those are some of my thoughts, and I wanted to ask the shaman uh what his ideas are about this. I know you mentioned this is like a one-to-one with something called scrying. And what I've heard about scrying um was it that John D character from the Elizabethan times. And he I read that he got his hands on a ancient was it like Aztec um obsidian mirror that he would scry with. Um and you can actually still buy obsidian mirrors. Obsidian is actually pretty ubiquitous. There's a lot of it. And it creates these fantastic um smooth surfaces in which to scry. Um but yeah, I'll turn it over to you, Franklin.
Yeah, Obsidian rocks, man. Um, I have a personal love for Obsidian myself. I think when it comes to just getting back to, you were talking about like where it is you are. And you see, that's something that I think is not really well. Let me put it to you this way, right? If you're a user of Windows, right, you might learn how to use Windows well, the software, without actually understanding everything that's going on and why and how it works, right? So as a user, you get one experience. As a programmer, you get a different experience. A programmer's experience of Windows would be thinking about how it works, the specific infrastructure, how the IT systems are interacting with the native software and the OS, and just exactly the ins and outs. Where a Windows user, now let's look at the people in the military. They are the metaphorical equivalent of Windows users. They might have become highly effective at using Windows software without really fully knowing and understanding what's going on backstage, how it works, but they know because they've done it, right? The same as like if you're a heavy machinery operator, you might understand exactly how heavy machinery operates without needing to grasp the ins and outs of the machinery. So if the machinery breaks, you're not the guy to fix it, right? You would then have someone else fix it. So there's a context for us to sort of grasp the idea in. Why we've got so much nonsense about remote viewing in the public domain, because the people that have spoken about it are users. They can tell you about the utility of it, but they can't really tell you about what it is. But then they are guessing, as I, a user, would guess about the operating system protocols of my operating system based on my experience of use. Does that make sense?
Mm.
But I'm not a programmer.
Right.
I can't tell you what's going on backstage because I don't have that experience. I don't have that knowledge. And so you'll find that a lot of the military people that have come forward have told you about their experiences as users of the infrastructure or the technology of what we call remote viewing. And so we've got all these new ages out there and all these other YouTubers and TikTokers and TokTickers and TikTackers and tack-tickety tockety tock tick-tacking out and ticking and tacking and talking. And just checking my audio volume level. It's okay on your end, yeah? It's good. There we go. Yeah. So you've got all these people sort of out there doing their thing, and they don't really know what they're talking about. So when they say that there are remote viewing wars going on, what they're actually saying is something that's not right. There are wars going on, but now we need to understand the infrastructure, exactly what is happening in this process of remote viewing. And the easiest way to sort of explain that would be to use, you know, the esoteric knowledge that's available. It's in the Western occult schools. It's in the mysterious schools of India. It's universal information. These polarities of Ida and Pingala, which in the Western cosmological systems we could call respectively the astral and the etheric. The Ida being related to the astral and the Pingala being related to the etheric. And so we've got these two different currents flowing through our system, and each current is a different phase. I want you to think of this in terms of phasing, right? So you've got one phase of your consciousness that's wired into Ida and one phase of consciousness that's wired into Pingala. And when these two phases cross and interact, you get an electrical reaction in the same way that you do in a circuit, right? Positive and negative. Only the reaction that you get when these two currents are phasing and touching each other is called the physical body, matter. So these two systems, or these two phases of being, if we want to use a term that's probably quite accurate, each one in itself can be considered as a different body because it exists at a different frequency. So we have this Ida side of ourselves, and we can project out through the Ida reality. And we got the Pingala when we can project out through there as well. So now we're talking about astral projection into the Ida and etheric projection into the Pingala. And the etheric projection is like what we're really talking about when we're talking about remote viewing. Now, scrying, you see, in the ancient occult schools, this has been done for thousands and thousands of years. Right, Jeremy? So we're not talking about something that has a small amount of experience, 50 years, 100 years, whatever, of some secret people that have done it, and most people sworn to secrecy or too scared to speak out on it. And a few odd people have spoken out on it, and now there's this huge body on law of what these few people have had to say about it. But these few people were not necessarily initiated into the lineages where there have been lots and lots of people from every generation practicing this for thousands of years. So the difference is the one, you have an egregoric law of thousands of years where students have become teachers, have been students, have been teachers, have been students, and it goes back. And people were doing it, and with each generation, they documented more, right? And the knowledge became more understood. And so this is why in the Western and in the Eastern schools of the occult and the mysticism, we have a fairly detailed understanding of just exactly how these processes work. Now we've got a very modern, like baby new people trying to feel their way into an existing topic, in the same way as if you and I decided we were going to start doing our own electrical engineering system, and we didn't follow the other, and we started figuring out how electricity worked on our own, and other people joined our little club, and slowly we would never reach the experience and knowledge of electrical infrastructure that has been existing for many centuries, right? Because they've stood on each other's shoulders to get where we are today. And so that's the problem when we're talking about remote viewing. Essentially, they don't understand. So you've got all these people who don't know and probably don't have experience talking about it as if like, no, remote viewing is one thing, scrying is a different thing. Seriously, come on, man. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Scrying is just a word for various different techniques that have been used for thousands of years to open the ability of remote viewing. That's what scrying is. So scrying is particular techniques to attenuate remote viewing. If you can project your perception into another place and see what's happening far away, that has been called scrying for thousands of years. Maybe the names have changed over the time, but we know it as scrying. Suddenly, in the modern age, people are projecting their perception over a distance, and now we have to call it remote viewing because our science rejected that scrying was real. And because our science rejected that scrying was real, because it was some foo-foo nonsense related to religious cults or occult fraternities, it couldn't be real. So they had to rename it the same way that science had to rename the quantum field. They couldn't acknowledge that this is a very sinister explanation, which is very similar to what we used to call the aether, right? Hundreds of years ago. But the aether was debunked by earlier scientists, and now they've had to recognize, well, they were wrong, but they didn't have the humility to acknowledge that they were wrong. So they were like, we'll rename it, rebrand it. We were still right. Ether doesn't exist. There's a quantum field. Well, what's the bloody difference? So it's a word game that we're dealing with, and a lot of us got to do with the control of information and the suppression of our understanding of the fact that we are multidimensional beings existing throughout the cosmos and not just flesh puppets in a materialistic universe, which has been the agenda that has been pushed and rammed down our throats ever since we were children. This idea of materialism is essentially, given birth to this materialistic lifestyle that we live, and it makes people easier to control when they think that they've got a short life and this is all they got. When people know that life is bigger than just this short little chapter on earth, we start thinking idealistically, and idealism causes regimes to fall. So there's a political and a control element behind why the information is dumbed down. Now, with this as a long preface, back to the original point, the remote viewing is scrying. We must stop playing games with words. Call it what it is. Scrying, remote viewing, same thing. Now, there's a difference between scrying and etheric projection. You can project your etheric body at a distance, and you can see a place far away while actually being there. That's called etheric projection. However, you can also open a little hole that you can see through a tube at a distance and still see that place without projecting your whole etheric body there. And that's called scrying. And you can see that reflected in various different ways. You can see it, using water as a reflective tool because you're engaging with the Akashic field of Earth, right, through the element of water in order to stimulate this perception of a different part of reality here. And another point is, so when you hear about these people having wars, they are actually projecting their etheric bodies to the place that they think they're remote viewing. They believe they're remote viewing, but they're actually etherically projecting. The two experiences are similar, but there are very distinct differences. And so this is one of the first things I think we need to understand. And the idea that astral projection is something else, right? Astral projection is when there are entities involved. So when John D.
Hold on there for just a second. So let me get this straight. An etheric projection is all right. The scrying method. That's a medium. You are etherically projecting through a medium, but the other way, the other way is without a medium. Or maybe just like using your mind as a medium. And so that reminded me of this thing that I did a while ago. I was listening to somebody talk about massage and how it was important for him to be able to uh, ground himself while giving a massage because you're like touching someone and their energy is coming off and it's you're kind of picking that up, but it needs to go somewhere. So you have to ground yourself, by like standing on the earth. But the earth he was standing on was not conducive to grounding. For because of the composition of it. And what he did is he was able to think, or I'm guessing it sounds like ethereal, project himself ethereally to a place he had been that he could ground, and he could ground himself that way while giving this massage. I was like, okay, that's very interesting. And I want to try this. So, because I give my wife massages, it's important to rub your girl, right? Their feet get tired. And so I would stand in my
The right
backyard.
way.
Yes,
The right way.
the right way. Yeah. I would stand in my backyard with my bare feet on the grass, and I would look at my feet, and I would etch the memory, the vision of my feet on the grass, and remember the feeling, the sun on the top of my feet, the cool grass underneath, what the blades of grass felt like. Okay, so I got that. And then I was giving my wife a massage. I closed my eyes, and I brought back that memory of standing outside. And sure enough, uh, I don't know how to describe it. I remember my heart started racing, so I knew something was happening. But I made a connection with that memory or that vision back to my feet on the grass. And I was like, oh, I bet that was it. Now, of course, I'm retarded, and so as soon as I made that connection, I kind of like snapped back out of it because I was like, oh wow, whoa, yeah, wow. I didn't stick with it. But it seems like whatever that was a very real experience. Is something like what you're talking about, that with the etheric projection. Because what if my idea is like, okay, what if I kept with it, I strengthened this bond between me now, what I was thinking about, which is that me being in this very real place, you know, boom, could I actually go there? Could I go there? Could I look up from my feet and move around in that world, you know, that I was remembering? And is that something like what you're talking about with the etheric projection?
What you're describing here, I would say, is something more profound. What you're describing is, okay, so the astral field are the qualities, right? So the qualities that reality is consisting of qualities, and then it's consisting of the structure. So we would speak of, in the Kabbalah, for example, Atzilut, the fundamental archetypal state of reality, becomes quality. And these qualities, which is a high intuitive, emotional fast moving mental energy, which is the super intellect, the intellect that transcends normal intellectual ideas as we know our intellects, that aspect of our genius, right, which some geniuses have access to, where a eureka moment can be a download of loads of information, but it's highly emotional and it's highly intuitive. That then condenses into a stream of structuring logos information, where the non-verbal, non-linguistic thought of what we call Barea, which is that state of creation, becomes the state of formation, Yetzirah. And so that's how the Kabbalists would conceive it. And then these three elements combine, and the combination of these three elements becomes a Shia, the physical world. And we have the same thing here in the Vedic cosmology. We got the astral, we got the etheric, the astral light, which is really Bria, which is really that high intuitive, super intellectual, fast moving mental energy. We've got the more condensed mental energy of the etheric, which is the structuring of form. So now what you were doing is you were combining the sense of qualities, right? The qualities, the quality of the feeling of the grass on your skin, which is not something definable by an intellectual concept as we know it, right? It's not definable. It's a very abstract, subtle sense. And it's got to do with the feeling, how it felt for you, the abstract feeling of being out there. And you were coupling that, which is your Ida, to your Pingala. And your Pingala is your objective sense of, like, there are my feet, that the feet are on the ground. There's the objective visualization and seeing your feet on the ground, right? And the concept of standing on the earth, as opposed to the idea of being connected to the earth, which is once again an Ida. And you were merging these two in a single experience while bringing them into the physical body where you were with your wife, touching her skin. And so you were merging the Ida, the Pingala, into what we call the Shashumna, which is where the spiritual body starts to become active. And so this is like going into a deep state of balance. This is more of a transcendent potential than what we're talking about. What we're talking about is far more simple and more mundane, even though it seems less mundane, right? When we're talking about astral projection or etheric projection, it's even more mundane than what you're describing, because what you're describing is unifying all of these aspects into a single state of unity, and that is where healing can happen. So that's how you can activate your natural abilities as a healer, right?
There
And
was
so
also,
that was
sorry,
quite a profound thing that you were doing, and that's why the experience was you probably for a moment started feeling like you were connected to everything, right?
maybe. I want to also say that there was also intent,
Would that be accurate?
which I think was acting as a focal point to bring all this together. My
Oh
intent was
Lord,
to ground.
oh lordy, lordy, lordy.
You all right?
I don't know if you can hear me, but I sure can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I'll play and see if I can fix this with StreamYard. Hopefully I can. Oh, Goga Boga. There we go. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? No, not yet.
I can. I'm just.
Okay.
I've plugged you out of my system, and I've plugged you into my laptop.
Okay.
So that's very strange that happens. So that's actually a systemic thing happening. It must be the software to do with my Focusrite. Very strange. Anyway, sorry, brother. I didn't hear what you were saying because for some reason the volume dropped, but my mic didn't.
Oh, no worries. What I was saying is that I also had this intent to the whole reason I was doing this because we were in the house. I was not standing on the ground, but my intent was to ground. I wanted to ground, you know, and so uh, I feel like um that was my intent was like a driver, uh, and like I wasn't doing this kind of like willy nilly. Like I wanted to do this specific thing, which I think was really helping bringing it all together. Yeah. Um,
Did it become weird that you almost couldn't tell where your wife began and where you began, where the earth began and where like there was like one thing? Did it feel like that for a moment?
uh, yeah, it was. I mean, it was. It, it it's like it it's like something gets removed. It's like you push through a membrane. Uh, there's a lightness to it, you know. Light as in like weight. Uh, that kind of dissolves, and it's you're purely just you're just like flowing, and yeah. And again, this was just it was just for a moment. Um, it's probably something I should get back to. Um, had a lot more time, time and energy back in those days. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So basically, that's like where you're starting to feel that unified experience. And that's like starting to reach into a spiritual experience
Mm,
specifically, because now you're starting to become one with the earth. And when you're starting to become one with the earth, you're starting to become one with the cosmos. You're starting to notice your connection, right? And that there's this, like you said, there's this flow of endless flowing consciousness flowing through, and this consciousness is pure energy, and you're experiencing all of this, and it's there's an element of transcendence there, where the idea of scrying, or what they call remote viewing, is more like, um, okay, so we are surrounded by an etheric substance. Yeah, here's a good way to describe remote viewing, specifically purely remote viewing. And I'm not talking about remote projection, etheric projection that people confuse with remote viewing. So we are surrounded with an ether, and the ether is the structuring notion of the universe. And so it's constructed of what we would call vibrational fields of sacred geometry. And those vibrational fields of sacred geometry, as we see in this diagram, is essentially what Pingala represents. And so Pingala represents these fields, these vibrating fields of energy. And we can see in this pattern around us of this Ida that there is a constant flicker rate, and then fields of flicker rates within flicker rates of vibrating, and there's lots of little particles, almost like little events horizons, little tiny wormholes coming into being and flitting out of being, but they coming into being and coming out of being so fast that they form a field of little event horizons. And each little event horizon is something like us. It's like a life form. And we are part of a bigger event horizon and part of a bigger one. And like we are like the earth is like a big life, and we're like a little life. And inside our body, there's like smaller lives, like little microbe lives. And I'm sure that inside those microbe lives, there must be super microbe, smaller lives, right? And so this fractal nature of reality is infinite, or seemingly infinite. I like to say it's seemingly because I don't know. Who am I to know how infinite it is? But it seems pretty infinite. And so this natural field around us, the etheric field, we can imbue it. We can program this etheric field right here with us to be carrying the impressions of a place far away. That's true remote viewing. That's true scrying. And so we can literally see the field around us, and we can then interpret this field This is an electromagnetic field. We can interpret it often using crystals, right? Because crystals have this piezoelectric qualities, they interact with our thoughts and our electromagnetic fields. Or we can use water, because water has a dielectric nature, a diamagnetic nature. It interacts with this etheric field in a very particular way. This is why water has often been used. So we can use the water as a mirror to look onto the etheric field. Or we can use the crystal as a mirror, a proverbial mirror, to look onto the etheric field. Or we can hold the crystal in our hands and use it as an attunement device, close our eyes and see the etheric field around us. And in that etheric field, see what it is we want to see. And so scrying would often relate to the etheric. And the etheric looks exactly like the physical plane, right? In fact, the physical plane is modeled upon the structure of the etheric plane. And we can scry astrally as well, as John Dee was scrying astrally, right? He wasn't scrying into the etheric plane to look at like the physical field of structure. He was looking into the etheric quality where there are other beings that he could interact with that were on a different frequency of being in order to gain information about this world. And so you can scry into the astral or you can scry into the etheric. And when you're scrying into the etheric, you can see the physical, because if you leave your physical body and you go into the etheric body, it looks like this world. The only difference is you can travel through the walls. You don't have to walk. You don't have gravity or inertia. You can propel your consciousness to any point as fast as you can think it, right? So you can travel to the other side of the planet at the speed of thought. You can just zoom. You can zoom. I don't have to travel to a different place. You can just zoom there with your intent. And your intent is your journeying mode. And the astral field, intent is also your journeying mode. And so,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Couple things. What is dreaming? And these ideas about etheric projection. I can't help but think about UFOs. Because it always seemed to me, because like it always seemed to me that like there's videos out there, there's videos and pictures of these very strange objects that seem to rotate and like morph into different shapes, right? And then lights, and of course the famous quality of, you know, being able to dramatically move from the standing to, you know, the light speed, and then or to like, you know, change direction, or you know, being able to move their transmedium, being able to move from air to water, uh, you know, seamlessly. Um, and to me, I'm always like, well, it's almost as if we as people are watching a a visible manifestation of a thought. You know what I mean? Because the way they move is like it's like someone's thinking, you know, about moving this object that we're looking at. So, like, of course, there's no propulsion. The propulsion is a thought. That's why they move so incredibly. Okay, and then and then okay, dreaming, like we are, you know, we do this thing, we go to sleep, and then we pop into, you know, we pop into these worlds, which uh at least through my experience, seem to be uh very much based in our in our world as we're experiencing it, our reality here, with buildings and people and stuff like that. Anyways, I just wanted to bring that up.
That's a very interesting point, brother. I'm just going to turn this darn thing off because it keeps beeping at me. And luckily, I had my mic muted while it was beeping and just trying to give me notifications and all that nonsense. You bring up a very, very interesting point with these flying devices, flying things, whatever we want to call them, things that we see, these phenomenon. And I think there's a lot of different things that we're seeing. So we can't give a blanket answer. It's that or it's this. And I think some of the things that we're seeing. Okay, so I will break this down in like 3 ways as quickly as I can. Imagine technology that utilizes the quantum field and is able to manipulate gravity, right? On one level. And so if you can manipulate the quantum field and manipulate your gravity, which is a field, that's frequency based, then you should be able to move through the medium of the etheric field, right? By taking your substance with you at a really high speed, and you should be able to change your phase. I hope that makes sense. You should be able to change the vibrational field of your atomic structure. You might even be able to move through walls, maybe. Because if you change the phase of your vibration, I was explaining this to my little 9-year-old boy. We were watching Stargate, and in SG1, they get this technology that they expand this field of Earth, and they're able to change the phase of Earth. So when the Ori come to attack, their phases and they to destroy the planet, it goes right through the planet like it doesn't exist. And my boy was like, "What's that?" And I was saying, "Well, everything's vibrating. If you change the frequency of a vibration, the other thing doesn't exist for you because you and that thing are no longer in the same phase." And it's like this: if you've got 2 guitar strings and one is E and another one is E, and you play the one E, the other E will vibrate, right, in the same room. And that is what is happening in matter. The reason we are interacting with our substance is because we've got a singular phase field of frequency that we're all in. And so we're able to, the same as like me speaking to you on a walkie-talkie, we have to be in the same phase in order to be able to experience each other phenomenally, or we just go right through each other. So I think quantum field manipulation, high technology, could give the ability for a craft to move at extremely high speeds and stop instantaneously without spilling the coffee on the dashboard within the craft, right? Because you're phasing out of the field of gravity, if that makes sense, and you're creating your own system. So that's one possibility. Another possibility, and I think these are all happening, and I don't think it's one way. I think there's different things, different people, different beings, different civilizations. Much of it is humans. Much of it is what we've learned from other technologies, from other beings possibly, that we're doing, that we're pretending are not us. So I think there's a huge array of things happening. Then another thing is actually got to do with beings that are able to shift between the etheric, and they're phasing to the extent that they're not physical. And so, but you can still see the light and the energy that they're producing because they exist. So that's another possible thing that could be happening, where there are beings from a different parallel phasing place. It doesn't necessarily have to be the etheric field. It could be a different reality altogether. But they could be almost between our reality and another reality, and so they could be morphing. And that's another possible explanation could be that the particular technology that they're using, right, is, like the TARDIS from Doctor Who.
Yeah, I don't know those.
Well, Doctor Who is a series that was on for a long time, and he's got this phone booth that he travels around through time. He's a time traveler.
Okay.
And when he takes people into this phone booth, it's like it's a huge thing. It's just it's bigger on the inside.
Okay.
And trance, what does it mean? What does TARDIS stand for? Doctor Who. I'm sure there are people in the chat that know. They'll probably give us the answer quickly. It's called a time and relative dimension in space. Time and relative dimension in space. So this is a very real possibility, got to do with understanding these quantum fields and being able to change our fields of vibration. So I think there's that. And then there's also the possibility that these beings are exclusively on the etheric plane, and that our etheric plane is connecting to a different etheric plane of a different reality, right? And from a different dimensional field. So that's what I think. Like there's probably a range of different things, and I've had experience with beings because I've done a lot of being watching and interaction with different beings. And like the lizards have a particular kind of technology. It's a suit that they wear, and they can phase into our emotional fields, and they can interact with our pain body and our fear body very easily using that technology. And they have a very dense field that they move with them. Then you've got other beings that have the ability to create a false facade of them. Then you've got other beings which are like, I think they're called Nordics, or I don't know who these people are that make up names and write crap, right? Come out with long stories of X, Y, Z. But there are human type beings that are like very big and very beautiful and very like spectacular to look at, like the most beautiful human beings you've ever seen in your life. You look at them and go, oh my gosh, you want to fall in love with this human being. They're so beautiful. And they are like sitting in their chairs, and they've got like high level of sophistication of knowledge, wisdom, technology, whatever it is they're doing. And you can't track those ones. They can track you. Sometimes you can become aware of them, but if you become aware of them, they don't want you to be aware of them. You won't be aware of them. They've got like a whole nother level. And then there's other beings that are different. So, I think all these different groups have different technologies. And so we're witnessing different things happening. And some of these beings exist on other fields of existence. Some of these beings exist on our field of existence, but use phasing technology to go out of phase, so we can't see them. Or they're using cloaking technology. That's the other possibility. And the cloaking technology gives them this appearance, so that we're trying to figure out, is this some kind of a northern light effect that we're watching, right? Like an energy field that's changing color and moving around. Is that like some kind of a reaction and we don't know what it is? Is it a spirit?
Or it's like,
Superstition?
what's going on with that tree? Why do I love that tree so much?
So yeah, I don't think there's a singular answer, but I think that you bring up an interesting point when talking about those particular types of phenomenon that we experience. And as for these wars, okay, you asked a really good question about dreaming. Now, my experience of dreaming, I don't usually dream conventionally anymore, because I sort of, I lucid dreaming has been like a part of, something that's been a part of my life. And so you can be dreaming and be aware that you're dreaming. And so for a long time, I was like, well, this is interesting. What is the point? I'm dreaming. You know what I mean? I'm done with this dream. And you just not dream, turn it off. And at some point I was reaching up. I decided, you know what? What if I reach my consciousness if I make my consciousness like a massive vagina, like a big vagina, and swallow up this dream, like with the whole dream, and then permeate the dream from the outside in right to the core and take control of every aspect of this dream simultaneously. What if I do that? And so I thought, like, you know what, you don't knock it till you've tried it, right? And the dream started to like wobble and morph, and then it started to like turn, and I watched it like almost like a spiral unravel, and it unraveled and unraveled and unraveled, and then I was floating in this space, and I was like, I'm like in a space. I'm not quite in the astral. I'm not quite in the etheric. Am I like between the two or something? It was a very interesting place to be, suspended in this space. And so I think like our dreaming is when we're in a place between etheric and astral. Namaste, Gaz. How you doing, man? Yeah, I wanted to say namaste to Gaz. And just before I go any further, namaste, Madam Boo and Howard and Everyday and Vincent. Namaste, Vincent. And there are a whole lot of you that I saw earlier. And Mooney, namaste to Mooney, you came. And D-Love, namaste, big love to all of you people. And I hope you guys are all well and thriving and having a lovely, lovely, lovely day and enjoying the conversation. And yeah, man, big love. I hope I haven't missed. If I've missed you out, please, apologies. So yeah, you know, about the moon and homunculi stuff and the Intergalactic Federation, real. Oh, Howard, that's a whole chapter. I'll put a star next to that. We're going to get back to that in a minute. That's excellent. Whoa, when we're going into the Intergalactic Federation stuff, I think there's a lot to be discussed there. But but just finishing off the idea of the dreams. So I think the dream is when we sort of draw substance of the etheric, we draw substance of the astral, right? And we do this. We wind them around ourselves, right? Like in an egg form. And we wind ourselves up with the substance of, and then we project onto that substance and we start to experience that reality. And this is why dreams can have different ways of being experienced. Some dreams are more astral. Some dreams are more etheric. Some dreams are more conventional and more follow a strict set of principles, right? They go from A to B to C to D to E, and it's like a very real, very believable story so that you could believe that it's real. Other dreams are much more abstract, right? Like 1 minute you're sitting on the beach and the next minute you turn around and you're in your bedroom, right? And when your bedroom's not quite right, nothing's quite right. Wherever you look, that seems to be real, but it's like it's very abstract. And then you notice that this is very weird. And your people will say, I had this weird dream. I can't quite make sense of it. I think I was on a beach, and then I think I was in my room. I know I was talking to this person, and it's like all these jumbled up bits of experiences that sort of come together. That's more astral energy in your dreamscape. More etheric-based energy, it'll be more concise and structured and following a more linear progression and more logical. And the etheric represents the logos, represents the pineal, represents that logic, the structure of time moving in a line. The astral represents some more expansiveness of the unconscious imagination potential, and is much more chaotic in its nature and less structured, but more its qualities. So it's you're going into the qualities of feelings, of emotions, of things, rather than and the thoughts are more abstract. We're thinking in terms of broad macrocosmic conceptual thoughts. So that's what I think. That's my experience of dreaming. And there's another kind of dreaming that most people don't get. You can be asleep and you can just be aware of information flowing through your consciousness while you're asleep, if that makes sense, and not be anywhere, not be doing anything, and not have a narrative story, just have information flowing through the consciousness and be aware that there's information flowing through the consciousness while you're asleep, if that makes sense.
Well, it makes me think about why you might have certain dreams as compared to other ones. And I guess it uh leads to some insight about what you should be doing more of. And so what I mean by that is, if there's a particular emotion attached, or that comes with certain dreams, depending on whether that emotion is more positive or more negative, should indicate to you what you may be lacking in your waking state. So what you said about the abstract, the etheric abstractness versus the what was the other one? There's the what was it, the etheric and the what? What's the other one?
Astral.
The astral. Okay, there's the etheric and then there's the astral. Right.
When you eat too much
So
Indian
the
food, you
astral
leave
is
an
more,
astral.
the astral is more abstract, and the etheric is more timeline. Okay. So that's good to know. Um, okay.
Let me explain it to you like this, right?
Yeah.
When you're standing on the ground, right, and you can feel the sensation of grass touching your feet,
Mhm.
that feeling of that sensation of grass on your feet, that's the astral mingling. When you can see the color of the grass, just the color, that's the astral. When you're looking at the grass and you're seeing the grass growing from like the structure of the grass, that it's like coming out of the ground and it's a root and it's moving like that, that's etheric. When you can see your feet on the ground, you can imagine and know, my feet are on the ground's under my feet, the feet are on top of the ground. But when you're feeling that sensation of grass on your feet, it's not like that, is it? It's just a very weird sensation of like this sensation, right?
Yeah, that's why you close your eyes when you feel something, or something feels really good. You close your eyes. I just want that feeling to wash over me. When you're in pain, you're like, ah, shit, what's going on? Fucking stop, you know. Yeah. Uh, so what are we doing an hour? Okay, we're here at an hour. So the last thing I kind of wanted to get to touch upon is what is the utility of remote viewing and scrying? Now I started talking about these ideas that I got from listening to uh people talk about these military applications of remote viewing. And you mentioned that there are these lineages spanning thousands of years who are adept at the uh, techniques required to remote view and scry. Um, so what is the utility of these things? Like why do it at all?
That's a really, really good question. I think when we look at the utility of things like this, and when we consider it like from a perspective of um, what is the utility of doing a particular martial arts technique exercise, right? It develops a quality of discipline to your mind. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
Like the particular exercise you're doing is not in itself for its own effect. Sure, it's useful, but the purpose behind training with these is to develop that mental state of poise so that if you're in any situation in life, you can tap into that mental state of poise and navigate with clarity and calmness through whatever set of fast, upsetting circumstances are happening, right? Like someone's coming at you, oh, it's upsetting. No, stay calm, stay focused, breathe, focused, move with it, move with it. And that's an attitude towards life. So the utilities, I think, are far more abstract. Namaste, Dread Wolf. How are you doing? Hope you're good. And so, for example, like in the Vedic system, the Vedic schools, remote viewing or scrying would have been less of a thing to develop. But that would be used more like for medicine to look inside your physical body and see what's wrong in your physical body. I'm quite adept at that. That's something that I've trained in depth with, to look inside people's and sense inside their bodies and feel and see and hear and sense what's out of sync inside there and in their consciousness as well. So that's got a utility for, like, if you want to diagnose, if you want to help someone, if you, let's say, you've got somebody who comes to you and they've got a particular disposition issue, and you look inside their field and you see, okay, so this chakra is vibrating at a phase that's upsetting the other chakra, right? You know, that's interesting. Then you see, okay, well, this chakra is like this. Now you know that this field of energy represents this, and you can go into that field and see that, like, they've been like hurt. So maybe they were hurt as a child and they never learned to express themselves because they were too overly criticized. And so they never got to develop their self-expression. You can see that in their energy field, and you can come back and you can talk to them. You can say, look, it seems like your problem is with your lack of self-expression. When you find that you're in a difficult situation, you don't express yourself, you bottle up your emotions, it goes in, you feel disempowered, and that causes frustration. And that frustration affects your pancreas. That pancreas affects your chemistry in your stomach, which is a knock-on effect to create a migraine. It's a reaction to the stress that you're not dealing with on a psychological level, that's becoming a physiological expression through enzymes and hormones, which then produces change of chemistry, which causes a migraine, just as a hypothetical, like, example. So that's a utility for scrying, for remote viewing, which is really productive. The other utility is to, like, I mean, some deranged individual could be like scrying into like women's changing rooms. Do you know what I mean? Like the sky's the limit to what the utility could be, or even more nefarious purposes. Like when we talk about the government's programs, essentially they're nefarious. Even if they're doing it for what is the greater good or what they feel is the greater good, it's still a nefarious activity because it's spying. it's It's a peeping Tom, really. So there's that. The other utility for scrying that can be useful is to um, look into the energy field and see what other beings are interacting in our space. And if someone's got energetic attachments, you'll be able to see them. Now, with scrying, you don't open a open conduit channel, so that being can't get to you directly on an energetic level, but they can see you. So there's that. Now they know you're there. They can try and find ways to get into your reality using what they can see about you, manipulating you. So that's one of the dangers of scrying. Now you can etherically project your consciousness and a part of your physical substance into someone's body and start to change things. In other words, you could speak to them. You could say, like, okay, do you want me to see how I can affect this? And you could say to them, well, just keep this flow, focus on this, and you could project it in, and you could look at the frequency of that vibrating thing, and then you could make another sound and try and like get those sounds to change that pitch a little bit, right? And when you change that pitch, then they will feel a little different. After which point you can come back and say, do you feel that? And they'll be like, yeah, I feel that. It feels very different. That's a very weird. Say, well, now you know what you want to work towards. However, you're probably habitually going to try and go back to the other vibrational field that you had. However, these are the points that you're doing to go back to that vibrational field. If you focus on this and this and this and this, it's going to be easier to maintain this frequency on that level, which will make you feel more better or euphoric like you feel now rather than the way you felt before, if that makes sense. So that's an interactive etheric utility. The utility that's been used in the Vedic schools of like projecting the body out to travel out and go to see the planets and go to see, other things out in the cosmos. That's just exercises like martial arts exercises, learning to develop your will, learning to develop your intent and will to project your consciousness out there and bring it back. That's like martial arts, just learning to control your body. And that makes you stronger mentally. And that exercise of will means if you face an entity, you now have a stronger will. You can will that thing away, and that's that. Story's done. So, there are utilities that are abstract, and there are utilities that are phenomenal and obvious. So that I would say would be like the most productive utilities that there are, because they are related to the psyche of another human being, seeing things that are out of print. Imagine a psychologist that could project their consciousness, or not project, just open a scrying mirror and see within your body what hormonal states are out of whack, and then be able to understand what that means and backward engineer to know that it relates to these particular states of consciousness, or even maybe through your etheric body get an imprint of where that problem started, and it might not have been in this life. They might see, or they might even project etherically out into that time zone. Here's the thing: time travel. The time that's so linear here is a lot less linear in other states of being. So it's actually possible to project our consciousness out into another time in such a way as to affect it. That's quite a mind-blowing idea. That's an etheric projection or an astral projection into the phase of a different time stream. So, Ori, no. Go lie down, my darling. Not there.
I really don't think that I understand that there's I've heard it described as block. There's block time. Okay, and that term hasn't necessarily been explicitly described to me, but the way I think about it is uh, how we count time. You look at a calendar, and you got this date, and then you got this date, and you got this date, and these little blocks can be sectioned up into hours and minutes and seconds, and so there's that. And like your um the metabolic rate of your cells in your body have a an extinguish at a certain point it'll all break down and you will pass on to whatever. Okay, so block time, we are experiencing that. um However, I think it's a trap to just 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 think of life that way, and only that way. You know, I think that's a just a part of this phenomena which we call time. And um, okay, I make a sound with my voice, and it's not like the sound is going here to here, here to the microphone. Okay, it's doing this, right? Now there is obviously physical medium that will impede the vibration of the sound through the air, and cause you to hear it better or not so good in certain areas, but it is doing this. And I feel like that's also um representative of time, that at each moment that passes, it's doing this. It's expanding spherically, um infinitely, like there's infinite timelines that are occurring simultaneously all at once. uh and the past, the future is also happening simultaneously and can be interacted with and is interacting with us. But the unknowable, uh, the unknowable phenomena or manifestation is us right now experiencing this life. And I think for me at least, uh, it's an important concept to keep in mind, because I believe that it governs my actions. To it I think it helps me make better decisions from moment to moment, make more positive and constructive decisions, because I want okay, because the basis is that I want to heal. Like I want to proliferate healing and and the good things, um both forward and back. And um it's what helps make that more explicit is of course having a family. um because I'm directly responsible for my children and my wife. So anyway, I just wanted to make that point. Looks like Franklin has taken a break.
No,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
here.
I thought you were
I just
attending to your parakeet.
it's just because you're supposed to wear pants.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
People should wear pants. So it's important that people are wearing pants.
You don't have to
I
always
think
wear
YouTube's
pants.
very pro people wearing pants. um, So I've got to remind myself that, like, I don't want to get the show banned. Have it struck off, because then, like, suddenly, like, mid show, it just vanishes, like it doesn't exist. So I do think that that is quite a big deal, and I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. I would say that I would add it to the idea of, you talk about a field that's expanding. I think about a field that's oscillating.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's expanding while it's contracting. And the contractions that we're experiencing is the etheric.
Okay.
It's contracting into form. And the expansion that we're experiencing is the astral. It's expanding out from pure energy. So sound is expanding out and contracting and expanding and contracting and expanding and contracting and expanding and contracting. And so we see this constant expansion and contraction, even though it's happening simultaneously. And so the expansion is contracting when the contraction is expanding. It's like it's a head trip. It's happening in two ways at the same time, two principles. So there's four things going on, really, if you look at it. And I think time works in the same way. So as a concept, and I think that's like, but that's basically the same idea as what you're saying, in a way. And so the sound that we're putting out towards the universe is also contracting back towards the point from where it came. What an interesting concept. Yeah. So.
Yeah, because it has an effect. And the effect would naturally, the energy. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me, because I'm like thinking about it like energetically. Like, you put energy out there, there's an interaction, and then there's a manifestation. I know that word is it. I even feel funny saying that word, because it, in the new age sphere that lightly touches upon everything that we say. It's been bastardized, but it is a manifestation. It's like a it's a tripart system. Cause, effect, manifestation. Cause, effect. Cause, effect, manifestation. I'm seeing it that way. I think you're muted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. Well, and, yeah, go ahead.
That manifestation that you're talking about is interesting. I mean, the word manifestation, mani, means gem in Sanskrit. But not just gem, it's a multifaceted gem that's sort of touching all things. So that's where the word mani pura chakra comes from, which is that solar plexus chakra I was talking about. That's that self-expression center, and very related to like how we externalize our will, for example. And so Ma is the divine feminine, the substance from whence we've come. Ni has got to do with Capricorn. Saturn rules time, the lord of time. Mani. That's why we have money, right? That's where the word money comes from, because it relates to gems, right? In the old days, we didn't exchange money, we had gems. We exchanged gems. And then we got metals, and we added metals to the exchange of gems. So like very ancient times, people would pick up a really shiny thing. That'd be like a nice, colorful, shiny thing. And you'd say to a woman like, oh. Okay, maybe we spoke a little more coherently than that. And you tie it on a piece of like plant thread and tie it on her, and it would make her, and you'd be like, no, then you look more pretty now, right? We still do it today, right? And we're a little bit more sophisticated in how we tie these shiny stones onto our girls, right? Diamonds, rubies, emeralds, whatever. So that's where the word money gets its roots, and it's multicultural. So we'll see it in Sanskrit. We'll find it in other sources as well, etymologically. And so money, fest, right? So to fess up, to confess is a expression of the word. Now, ni, which is the syllable that relates to the sign of Scorpio, which relates to Mars, the feminine element of Mars, which is imprinting upon the causal field, the cause effect field, which is that principle, the sixth principle of Hermes, cause and effect, which relates to our desires. Our desires are what move our field of cause and effect. Is what keeps us karmically locked into this field of this wheel of causality, right? Because the desire is so strong, and that desire body is an expression of Mars, which is also a powerful changing energy. It wants to transform things. It's an alchemizing vibration. So we can see manifest. Oh, and that etheric field is what we call in Yetzirah in the Kabbalistic system, or the underworld, which is where language came from, and the definition of sound and concrete, what we can call linguistic thinking, is related to that field of expression of being. And so that linguistic idea is why we have in religions and Sanskrit, Vedic cosmology, they say Om became the structure of the universe, and the word, in ancient things, the universe was created with words. This is what they're talking about, is that linguistic development of consciousness gave rise to a more structured sense of form, because we are modulating consciousness. And in the physical, we are modulating it through our brains. And as our brains developed, our experience of form and physicality has changed. What a concept. Like, it's an evolutionary process. So the idea of manifestation is when you're able to take that divine feminine Ma, put it through the tube of Ni, which is time, in a transformative potential, and use the word, that structured linguistic thinking pattern, to enforce your will upon the field of Ma, and that manifestation, right, rotation, brings about a new cycle of reality. So, like, you can look at the meaning of the word. It's quite interesting to break down a word and gain. It's like it's occult power and meaning. I think it's a great word. I think it's been abused in the new age. I did a little video about that. In fact, if you go look at my videos, you'll see I did a video about that recently. I think it's my last video. It's got to do with the new age and the law of one and manifestation, and like I'm debunking some of that stuff because it's oversimplified, right? It's like it is that simple, but it also isn't that simple. Yeah.
Yeah. Before I log off, because I can hear footsteps upstairs. Thanks for well, first of all, thank you for breaking that down. That was a wonderful trip I just had. But something stood out to me, and is it's what you said about desire, the trap of desire, keeping us in the wheel of causality. And then I thought about performing action without desire, having no desire, and it kind of what I saw in my head was like martial arts or like Zen masters performing their actions. They're impeccable, precise, 100% accurate, deft actions. And a repeated thing that I hear, that it's not, they're not explicitly saying this, but it makes sense to me, is that it's these things are performed without desire. The desire has been completely removed, and it's like this. It's this pure action. Um, there's some
Desire
there's
is
something
acted out.
there, huh?
Desire is there's no intermediary. I think we internalize our desire, and we corrupt it with our thinking. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so we desire, and then we get conflicting desires in our unconscious and our subconscious.
Yeah, you attach you attach the present and the future, or you attach these outcomes, selfish outcomes, and traumatized pasts to an action, and it's you have intent of what you want to do, but you are derailing yourself, and it might not even be the action that is necessary for you to do in that moment. And I think breaking, if you go along these lines and you break that down, you may very well get to a point that is terrifying, and will find you shaking and sobbing on the floor. But I have to log off. I gotta go upstairs.
Well, dear brother, it's been an honor having you on the show as always. Loved our little conversation. Always do. I hope your little sweetheart's going to be having a good day. Hope it's going to be a smooth day for you. Hope she woke up full of bubbles and wants to go outside and play on the lawn.
Definitely.
And hope you have a lovely day, and your missus as well. Hope everything's good at home and everything's thriving abundantly.
We're doing great.
Namaste, Artisan. I see you here as well. Welcome. And have a lovely day. There's one more thing I'd like to say about desire. I don't think you lose desire. I think desire becomes focused without all the other non-cluncher nonsense. In other words, the desire is just to do the technique. The desire, there is no, this technique is going to gain me this, or this tech is going to get me this, or it's going to get me that. No, all I want to do is just do the technique for the sake of the technique.
Yeah.
And I know from experience, if you want to strike really, really, really hard, your desire mustn't be to strike hard. Your desire must just be to do the technique.
Yeah, for sure.
then you go to the next level. Anyway, much love, brother.
Yeah, great talking to you. I think this has been a very good talk. I hope everybody's gotten something out of it, and thank you all for showing up and listening. It's been great. So I'll see you later, man. Much love.
Om Namah Shivaya. Go well. Enjoy. Big love. Till next time. Yeah, I think and I wanted to respond to Howard. Howard, you're still in the zone. Is Howard still with us? As Howard left the building. Carly, I've got a something said by Carly here. Is Carly still in the house? Is Carly here? No, that was a different day. Okay, that wasn't today. That was not today. So I don't know if Howard's still here. Maybe Howard had to go. Did Howard go on a mission? Well, when I see Howard, then I will address Howard's particular. He had a really cool question. I've got it on the screen here, which I think is like really cool. But we can keep that for a just now moment. And I'll probably be on for like a little while, like half an hour or so. Yeah, I think like the whole story and yeah, we love Tall Tree. He's really cool. Hey, um, I've been saying to him he should start a channel for his, he's just a really cool guy. He's got a lot of good grounded insights and practical grounded energy, which is really lovely and very authentic and very real and very genuine, which is what we love, or what I love as well. So yeah, getting into the topic that is the story, the astral projection and the remote viewing, the ability to project one's consciousness outside of time is another part of the story, which I think is an interesting part of the story not to forget. And so I think that we can get a bit lost in ourselves in the process of not remembering and not being fully conscious. So I'm just trying to get this right. There we go. That's better. Is that better? Am I in the center of the screen? I must be. Anyway, me being a perfectionist can never quite be satisfied. Something I have to live with in my life. I've always wanted to make things a little bit better than they were before, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the way things are, because things are already, in a sense, perfect if we allow ourselves to accept. I think acceptance is a big part of the issue with humans when it comes to desire. But getting back to the topic at hand, the dangers of scrying. When we attune ourselves to the etheric or the astral, and either there's different forms of scrying, and start to look onto that, it's like a kind of a narcotic. I think this is one of the big dangers. The same as etheric projection and astral projection can become a narcotic. The same as lucid dreaming can become a narcotic. And when I say it can become a narcotic, I mean there's an addictive quality of escapism in utilizing this kind of technology that I think can become quite toxic and quite dangerous, especially in the way that we are living in a world that's quite how should I put this? We're living in a world where things are less than optimal and less than perfect a lot of the time. You have to build a good momentum and not be weighed down. Oh, sorry, I thought I was showing Carly. Carly made a comment. Namaste, dear Carly. How are you doing? And I hope you're well. I don't know, maybe you missed it, but I use scrying more. I sometimes use astral projection or etheric projection for my work. More often than not, I scry because it's a very useful way to getting an insight. Obviously, I don't just do it. When my clients come to me, I ask them permission. Yeah, like, this is what I want to do. You feel comfortable with it? Okay. Well, if you don't, then you shouldn't be coming to me. this is how it works. This is how I roll. And I'll go into a trance. I'll use my drum. I'll go into a trance, and in this trance, the guides will show me, go look at that, and then I'll look at that, right? Or the guides will say, "Hey, come here," and I'll come there, and I'll be a part of the process that's happening, like if it's internal inside someone's consciousness or body, or related to the flows around them. Namaste, dear Rob. How are you doing? Hope you're good. Welcome to the show. Hope you're gonna have a lovely day. Have you come out with the boys and girls to have some play? Listen to the word that we all have to say. Yep, and there's nothing here that's not at all sounding gay. And I ain't even flushing or talking with any spray. Yeah, so that's my answer to Carly. And it's a natural thing, and like I was explaining earlier, if you missed it, you'll catch it in the rerun about how I think like these things can be modulated and used for productive purposes, and how medical science could benefit from this actually. Another form of very similar, let me give you another example of it. Like when you are dowsing for water, is another practical use. Now that's not using how are you doing, the star? I hope you're good. Um, um, yeah, he's a cutie, isn't he? Are you a cutie? He's a cutie. Hey? Wow, you should look at that little. Oh, he's a beautiful little boy. He's a sweetheart. He's a cheeky little bugger as well. He comes here and he pecks my feet really hard when he wants me to pick him up. He nibbles on my toes, and then he starts, like, the nibbling gets like, hey, dude, like, I've got to be careful not to flinch and accidentally like bump him. You know, he can get quite cheeky. Try and take my toenails off or something. Very insistent. Ask my girlfriend about him. But when you see her, she'll tell you he loves her to bits. He loves sitting on her shoulder and nibbling on her malas. And he's taken to her. He really has taken to her a lot, which is lovely. He's not the most social of little guys. So yeah. So that's the most effective way, is to use your etheric vision. Now, I want to say something about this. We have etheric vision that we can see in this world, right? We don't have to use a medium. We don't have to close our eyes and go into looking into the etheric field inside. We can see the etheric field with our eyes if we train our eyes to see the etheric field, and it's here in front of us. That's another school of training that they do in the Western schools. It's called the flashing tablets, are used to develop this vision. In the Eastern schools, the mystery schools, so in the occult schools, we create flashing tablets, and these flashing tablets are used for us to be able to see the frequencies and vibrations of different fields of existence. In the Vedic system, we use elemental forms of alchemy, using what's called the tattvas, and using different kinds of bij mantra, the syllable vibration fields that you meditate on and you become attuned to, so that you can see that elemental state. There are also crossover Western and Eastern. I think the Western perception of how they've implemented using the tattvic fields is really interesting. But in the East, we've got what's called yantra yoga, and yantra yoga uses this technology, which is creating geometric patterns of different colors that you meditate on, and that creates different fields of reaction within your visual cortex, and it stimulates your eyes to start to see things that aren't physical. So you can develop the ability to see etheric fields and sacred geometric patterns of energy. And you can even see into the astral. So when people say they're seeing auras, or if you learn to see auras, that's the astral energy radiating through the ether. So the etheric field, the structure, is radiating astral energy outwards, and you can literally see those qualities as colors. So when you go delve deep into the etheric field and learn to pierce into it with your eyes and actually look into it, you can start to see bands of color. And these bands of color will be around people, be around beings, and you can develop this vision. And it's actually, you see it with your eyes open. And the etheric vision, I believe, is an action within the physical eye. I think it's got to do with the different chemical states that the biochemical system of our biochemistry and the way our nervous system is being interpreted. And by changing the chemical hormonal balances of the information which is traveling between the optic nerve and the brain and other nerves, the auditory nerve as well, and clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, all these different kinds of forms of experience, can change what you're experiencing there. So you can smell as well. You can learn to smell people's energy. So you're smelling on an etheric field level. You can smell their thoughts. And smell something smells off about this person. Like literally smell their pheromonic expressions, essentially, on the physical plane. And that's like tapping into something more subtle. So you can access the etheric and the astral energies through your senses directly. And this is quite well established training systems in India. If you go to India and you spend time there and you find a guru ashram, in fact, lots of tantric practices involve mastering your senses, and in the process of mastering your senses, you are experiencing these things. Something else which was interesting, and I think it's quite a lot of fun to keep in the mind as an idea, is the idea that we're living in this time zone, right? And we forget just exactly where we are. We forget exactly the nature of this experience, and we tend to want to. Sorry, I just want to. There we go. I want to centralize this image because it makes it better, and when it's better, it's the best. And then it's better than the best. So yeah, your device isn't letting you join. That's very strange, Systematic. Systematic's trying to join the conversation, and he's, no, I can't let you on here. I'm sorry, my sweetheart. I cannot. You cannot play with the cube. There's cables, there's electricity. It's not safe for you. It's not safe for me. Whoa. You're going to get tangled in my dreads, my darling. They're going to have to untrangle all those little claws out of my hair. Ay. Little stubborn little bugger. He's got to have his way. Okay? Got to have your way. Ay. That's, you know what I would recommend? Do you know what I would recommend? Close down, restart your device, yeah, or send the email and try and go on a different device, because you should be able to add it on. It's very strange that you can't jump on. Yes, if your device needs updating, then you are being cheeky. He's trying to hijack my show. Like, look, we've got the new star of the show. I'll just sit there and you guys just stare at him. Okay, there you go. What do you want to say? Huh? He wants to nibble on my mic. So I say he's a real sweetheart. He's a real little lover boy, but he's a real cheeky little bugger as well. But yeah, now where am I going to put you? I've got nowhere to put you. I have to put you down, my sweetheart. Oh, there you go, Adventureland. Until he wants to come back up again and starts nibbling on my toes and biting my toes. Ay. So yeah, this notion of, as I was saying before, of what we call remote viewing is a very, very limited idea. It's a very, very small and very sort of how can I put it? It's like the blind leading the blind. If you really want to understand what these phenomenon are, you want to look into the ancient traditions, because, like in the systems of yoga, the systems of tantra, you've literally got Guruji lineages that go back thousands of years, from students to teachers and students to teachers that have been training in learning these techniques and mastering these techniques to different levels. Some highly advanced masters that have developed how to manipulate these fields so that they've got powerful siddhi. right? And so yeah, um, I think that's like an answer, Ray. Your son asked you yesterday, can you astral project to another planet? Well, you can etherically project to another planet. If you astral project, the planet doesn't exist on the astral plane in the same way that we experience a planet here. Astral projection, you'd experience the more like the qualities of consciousness that represent the 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 ego of that planet, and the persona of that planet is what we are seeing, right? If that makes sense, we're seeing the persona, which is like a form that's worn over the ego, and the ego is less substantial, and so that there's different frequencies of field. And so if you were to astrally project, you wouldn't be on a planet as such, you'd be in a field of energy, and there'd be consciousness that you'd be interacting with. There'd be qualities, the qualities that life, because we've got to understand the planets we've been taught to think of as inanimate objects. Well, that couldn't be further from the truth. We're dealing with living beings. The whole cosmos is one big living pulsating being, and it's created and structured out of living pulsating beings. And these living and pulsating beings take form, and that's the etheric form structure that gets taken. And this has got to do with differentiation. So if we think about, and by the way, people, here's an interesting concept. And Revered Wolf, VIP, big love, big blessings. So much love to you. Who of you in the chat are interested in Kabbalah? Now, when I say Kabbalah, I don't mean Jewish Kabbalah specifically. I don't mean necessarily Hermetic Kabbalah. I'm speaking about where this comes from, the old form. It ties into the Enneagram, of course, because the Enneagram is fundamentally the structure that we're talking about, right? And so who of you are interested in this? I've noticed that there is BS and total nonsense with regards to the occult on the internet. I noticed it like a while ago because, okay. You didn't even massage me. You just come straight in with the bite, hey? Straight in with the heavy lifting. Like, Daddy, I want to come up. Okay, then chill, please, my darling. So that I noticed that, for example, the four worlds, which Atzilut, Bria, Yetzirah, and Ishia, there are like classical forms and understandings of these, and noticed that this has been mangled. It's been inverted, and that there are these new modern takes. I was like, what's this? And these modern ideas are inversions of the old knowledge. And I was like, I remember seeing that there were fringe people trying to promote these ideas like 3-4 decades ago. Maybe I found old promotions of these ideas, which were maybe 6 or 7 decades old. And but it's just really interesting. It's become like a fad in the new age. And all of these TikTokers and YouTubers are presenting this information erroneously. And I was watching somebody, there was like a podcast. I don't watch too many podcasts, but I started putting one on, and I noticed him saying something. I was like, hold on, that doesn't add up. That contradicts the Sefer Yetzirah. That contradicts most of the law that we have relating to the Kabbalah. That contradicts basic principles. It contradicts the very idea of the 3 mother letters and what it represents. And for example, if you Google it now, and let me show you what I mean, because this is like really interesting. Like, this is mind-boggling, right? And Howard, let me know when you're back, Howard. And this is what actually inspires me to which elemental state. I'm going to ask Google a question, and then I'm going to show you what it says. Oh, you cheeky bugger. You cheeky bugger. Okay, sorry. I just got really confused what's going on. I thought I closed the tab, but it said it was still sharing, and very bizarre. So where was I with this? Yet, so share this tab as well. So here we go. So the AI has learned it can't mess with me, because I sort of I put it in its place yesterday. I put it in its place properly. So now they're telling you, okay, the world of formation is generally associated with the element of water, right? So it's not trying to, but I saw people saying about that it's related to the element of air. Yetzirah relates to elemental state of air. Let's see what it says if you start. So yeah, I don't know if you guys can see this, right? You're being really cheeky, my darling. Eh? You want attention. Okay, okay. Okay. Oh, he's a moody little bummer. Hey, it's a moody little bumsy. Talk about a moody little bum. So as you can see here, you can see Google saying that Yetzirah relates to the element of air, right? Kabbalistic thought, specifically with the Sefer Yetzirah, the world of Yetzirah is fundamentally associated with the element of air. Okay, so this is correct. Now, look here. Yetzirah, the formation of the world is generally associated with the element of water. Are you guys noticing something here? What do you guys think about that? How do you like them apples? This is a big deal, man. This is a big deal. Now, here's where the big deal happens, right? This idea here, with the world of Yetzirah being related to the element of water, is more prominent than this idea, which is the more classical ideas of the relation of Sefer Yetzirah, which is like fairly intense foundational work upon which a lot of the Kabbalah is based. So when you come across these other ideas that says Yetzirah is related to the element of water, this is a travesty, because and let me show you here, Bria related to element of air. And now you're going to see, let's look here. So Bria is directly related to the Ruach, which is the Ruach is actually the Yetzirah. This is like mind blowing, man. And watch what happens when water classically, right? So here you see they say that this is based upon Hermetic Kabbalah. Hermetic Kabbalah does agree with this, right? However, that doesn't actually come from the Hermetic Kabbalah specifically necessarily. It's because of its relation to Bina. Now, Bina is related to the ocean, related to the two oceans, which is related to the divine feminine in its form as the the mother of abundance and the crone, effectively, and is the point where the dark, the void, well, maybe void's not the right word, the abyss is a junction or a false junction between the manifestational phases of what is reality and not. So there's an interesting point of perspective to share with you guys, just so you can see that there's a lot of nonsense being peddled out here. And so this water matrix, and just to classically, according to, just let me finish this so that AI can't lie. According to Sefer Yetzirah. Oh, this little guy is all over me. I can't have you on here, my sweetheart. You walk on the keyboards. And sorry, my words, I didn't have spaces in there. So here we see, according to the Sefer Yetzirah, the book of creation, and its subsequent classical Kabbalistic interpretations, the element of water is primarily related to the mother letter Mem, right? And now you'll see how that's related to Bria, correlation, the creation world. And so in these older systems, it's literally related to and called by a title that relates to the element of water, and obviously relates to Bina, hence Bria and Bina, and that's really sore. You're trying to get my attention. You have to hurt me to get my attention. It's like having a wife, man. It's like having a wife, dude. Only I've got a really cool girlfriend who doesn't behave like this. I got a girlfriend who doesn't behave like this, boy. Oh, now he wants to get on my ring. Wants to pull that diamond out of there. So he's got a little brain of his own, and he does his own thing. So I am going to be breaking down the Kabbalah. I'm also going to go into the origins of it, because it goes back to Assyrian numerology. It goes back to Akkadian systems of understanding the tree of life as the different Sephirotic realms and the different deities related to the Sephirotic realms, which goes back to the Akkadian knowledge. And we see the same tree, very similar ideas and pictures coming in the Sumerian. In the Sumerians, they didn't specifically, we don't have records relating it to Gematria, although we do. Like, for example, Enki is related to the number 300, and different beings are related to different numerological values. And these beings are related to different aspects of the tree of life, the underworld, the Abzu. So there is a foundation to be found in Sumerian thought that relates to it. But in the Akkadian thought, they actually have a geometric system related to the Sephirotic tree. And we find that in Assyrian knowledge. We find that in Chaldean knowledge. The enneagram, which comes originally from Chaldea, and the ancient Egyptian systems are all correlated and connected. And so we're talking about a very ancient system of cosmological practice, magic, knowledge, the occult, which has then been incorporated many centuries, or actually thousands of years later, into Judaism. And it wasn't only incorporated into Judaism. Our false lords want us to believe that Hermetic Kabbalah is a new thing that was taken from Judaism. No. It existed through the Middle Ages. What do you think the Tarot is? The Tarot is a system which is not new. It's been around for a long time. It's not a coincidence that there are 22 major arcana. It's not a coincidence that there are scales of 1 to 10 in the playing card set. It's not a coincidence that there are 4 scales of these 1 to 10 playing cards, right? Not a coincidence. Whether this has been part of the Western egregoric knowledge since before the Romans, before Christ. So the Hermetic Kabbalah has its own path of history that comes thousands of years and is as old or even older than probably older than the Jewish version of Kabbalah that we've been brainwashed with. Even though we are now focused on Sefer Yetzirah, which is a foundational text and does cover a lot of the knowledge, you will notice that there's a lot of obfuscation when it comes to these mysteries, when it comes to the practices of this divine art. And there are a lot of historical signposts in the past pointing at it. And so the enneagram, which I'm presenting, which is the Chaldean enneagram, is essentially the ancient Kabbalah. Before it was known as Hermetic Kabbalah, before it was known as Jewish Kabbalah, before the Jewish religion existed, before the Jewish language even existed, right? Going back to Paleo-Hebrew, into the Phoenician language, into the very, very ancient foundations of language as a phonetic system that emerged from the Kemetic knowledge and the Kemetic language, which was a pictorial language, a hieroglyphic language, more like Chinese and Japanese, and Sanskrit still has elements of that in its formation as well. So, there's a lot to be decoded and broken down, as well as the specifics and the knowledge of the system and how to use the system. That's what you don't find in these books. How to use it, how to implement it, how to create specific shifts in your consciousness field in order to reach a point of so what's Carly saying here? Carly's saying it must have its own. Yeah, it must have its own alphabet, including the number system too, then. Well, what we call alphabet emerged from this. What we call language emerged from this. What we call numerology, numbers, emerged from this. This is the old understanding of how numbers and alphabet fit together. That's really what it is. What we in modern times call the Kabbalah is a very ancient system of knowledge. And that's why the caduceus, which is such an ancient symbol, is really the symbol used in this particular system. So, and by the way, everybody, like and share this live, put it out there, let people see it. So I will be starting to break down basic principles of the Kabbalah without all this modern, you have all these people reading all these books. What it is this. The youngsters have gotten hold of the internet, and the internet has all the information available, and it's all out there, but it's also all obfuscated and twisted and inverted. And because they weren't around before the internet, they can't tell the difference. And so the blind are leading the blind, and 80-90% of the information that they're sharing is true and correct. However, they don't know what has and hasn't been inverted in the last quarter of a century, the last 30 years, because they weren't studying and practicing before that. And I'm not saying that there wasn't stuff that was inverted before that period. There was, but if one had a lineage into an actual fraternity and actual connections with actual initiates, as I did, one got access to information, and one got tracked into information which at that time was secret. These days, a lot of the information has been unsecreted, but the unsecreted information has been carefully disguised so that it can't be necessarily a utility. So the Kabbalah that's being taught in the modern times is a fake, false Kabbalah. I want you to understand that. And it's small things that are inverted. Most of it's true, but if you change one, like let me give you an example. Let's say you're building a house, and oh, nice. Lovely, brother. Look forward to seeing you. We'll have Shinobi on in a minute. If you're building a house and somebody gives you the perfect directions for how to build a house, but they give you the wrong directions for how to make a foundation for that house, what's the use of the house? Right? The house will stand for a little while, but due to the foundation being not correctly built, it won't be long until the house collapses and it will be dysfunctional. And so this is what it is. I can give you the directions for how to build a house, and they can be 99.9% correct, and just the 0.1% of incorrectness could be important strategic incorrections that make the foundation of the house defunct, making the house building a wasted exercise that's useless, and the house will collapse, which means you will end up abandoning the house, for it will have been a waste of your time. So this is really what we're talking about here. A lot of truth has been put out there, but it's been twisted in certain places strategically, and those strategic twists give one a delusional perception and a false sense of security within the knowledge. In the same way that if I taught you how to build a house and gave you one small, you'd think that you know how to build a house because you've learned and you've studied and you saw someone build a house. It looked good. It looked good for the first few years, but after 4 years, the house collapsed. But you didn't see the house collapse because you didn't stick around to watch the house to see whether the house is functional or not. Might look good for a while, but the wind blows too hard, the wall starts to take stress, bang, there goes the house. So in the same way, the proverbial house of the occult has been hijacked by the New Age community. It's been hijacked by the counterintelligence communities of the existing occult fraternities that do not want this knowledge in the hands of the profane. May I repeat that? They do not want this knowledge in the hands of the profane. So if you didn't get access to it in a lodge, you're going to be getting something else. Aleister Crowley was a huge agent of this. Aleister Crowley was the face of publicly putting out the occult. Why? Because they wanted to normalize the occult. They wanted us to all feel like we're a part of the occult, make us all feel. They even created this fancy little chaos magic so that the kids can play around too, and they can also feel like they're a part of the occult, right? And then they decided, well, that's not enough. Let's make it bigger. Let's put the law of one out there so that every Dick, Tom, and Harry that's got a New Age book can be a part of the occult, right? And so you've got this new occult philosophy that's sort of permeating society on many, many levels and in different degrees and different depths. But most of what's being put out there is defunct, which is why all the people using the law of one, they do not manifest what they desire. I did everything that I was told. I followed the directions. It didn't work. Yeah, well, that's because the directions was incomplete. It's like, how do you build a computer? Well, you take a hard drive, you put the hard drive in with this, and you put that in there with this and this. Okay, great. Now you want to start building a computer. Well, where's my hard drive? Oh, don't you have one? Oh, I didn't give you directions for how to build a hard drive. Well, what is the good of knowing how to build a computer if you don't have the tools and the parts available? This is what the law of one is. And so now what they've done is they've made it more complex. And they say, well, you can buy the parts from us to build your computer, but we're going to give you a defective RAM chip. You won't know it's defective until it's been active for like about 2 or 3 months, and then it'll go all weird and it won't work. And so now everybody's building their own proverbial computers. They're putting in the defective chips and the computers aren't working, right? And this is so there's different levels and degrees of information being put out for different people, and for people that are really hungry for knowledge and wisdom and delving into the mysteries and the occult. They have made it accessible in such a way that this is what's happening. However, it's important to recognize just exactly where we are, right? And this gives us, let me just get my volume level. This gives us a fairly profound insight into the strategies and how they really operate within their sort of counterintelligence systems, and what it is their mission is to get us in the darkness so that we don't experience awakening. So this is why when I looked at last night and I saw, or I think it was 2 days ago I first saw it, and I was like, what? They're relating the Yetzirah formative realm to the element of water. No, water is not the formative. Air is the formative. Water is the creative, right? Water is the womb. It's the creative essence. It's the creative essence of potential. The informative, that's the air. The air informs. That's why the element of air is related to communication, because communication is an exchange of information, formative, in form, right? Just look at this. And water is related to the subtle experience of higher mental functions, that being emotional awareness and intuition. And the intuition is the higher function of the intellect. That's why the word tuition has got to do with learning. Intuition is when you're learning from your internal. We call this principle in India the guru principle. When your guru principle within you awakens, that's a high spiritual state of being. You are learning from your inner teacher, your inner guru. And so that's in the Western occult is called the Holy Guardian Angel, written as the HGA. So like a lot of this information has been specifically obfuscated. And so, yeah, look out. There's going to be a chapter on Kabbalah. There's going to be a chapter that I'm opening on the Enneagram. I've been working with preparing this now for a little while. I've just got more to do. I want to break down all of the periodic table as well to correctly fit to the Enneagram. And I'm not talking that new age nonsense Enneagram that all the other people have been playing with, that was invented by the psychologists naturally, because the true Enneagram is the Sephirotic tree, right? This is quite a mind blow. And all the connections on the Enneagram are the paths. And those connections are all related to the 22 fundamental archetypes, which happens to be the language of Phoenician that became all the other languages, or most of them, and Paleo-Hebrew, which became Aramic, which became Hebrew, which we see in the Kabbalah. So they've managed to keep that knowledge of that ancient language alive. Respect to the Jews for doing that. Thank you. Thank you for keeping our Kabbalah alive. But don't think it's yours. It is yours in as much as it's everybody else's, but it's not Jewish. It just happens to be incorporated into your Jewish system, which is wonderful. You guys have done great work with it. Keep up the good work. Just you don't own the copyright. Jewish people don't like to hear that, but that's how it is. And so, yeah, I'm going to be breaking down a lot of these cosmological principles. I'm going to be outlining the Enneagram. I'll also take a different series of videos to break into the Kabbalistic knowledge from the ground root up. When I discovered this, I was like, I'm going to have to go and take a look at how much obfuscation I can find. And I probably won't find all the obfuscation, but what I can find out there that's been twisted, and I will share with people, and maybe also share some fundamental ideas and fundamental principles that are important for conceiving and conceptualizing these hyperdimensional states. And of course, I will relate them to the Vedic sciences, because it's always good to be able to correlate it and put them together. So I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do this. I might be doing it on the Patreon. I might be doing it here on YouTube. I might be doing it both. But I'll figure that out. I will also make a lot of it freely available, most of it. Some of the more advanced stuff I might be taking more time to do. So that I might put into a Patreon. I might put some of that behind a paywall. But for all of you, go and join my Patreon so you don't miss it. It's probably where I'm going to do it first. I'm probably going to release it on Patreon first, and then later on release it into YouTube, so that people move from YouTube to Patreon, because ideally I wouldn't be necessarily putting too much time into YouTube, because I think Patreon's a much better place to you don't have so much control, you don't have so much, you can speak more freely, and you don't have all this edge ranking and all this weird stuff going on here on it, and you can just run through your native Patreon streaming software, which I think is maybe going to be better and easier. But anyway, so that's something I'm going to be working on in the course of the next week. So I'm going to start releasing bits of information with regards to that. You'll see it coming out here. Also, what I would say is, well, getting back to this particular topic here, the remote viewing and the astral projection, that's probably a separate folder I'm also going to be having to focus on. especially with regards to the way in which modern writers, and even the not so modern, many of the writers from the 1800s, it seems to me that they have obfuscated and confused what the astral is to some degree. And I think it might be by design. Once again, I think these people that were writing these books were writing them so that they could, the people that read the books would know, it's like you need a key to decode the book. And the key that you need to decode the book is to understand that there are certain parts that are obfuscated. And if you don't follow which parts are obfuscated, then you will become confused. Yeah, my Patreon address, by the way, for those of you that don't know, let's get Patreon on. Let's get Patreon on the go. So there it is. That's my Patreon there. You should be able to see the, what is this? You should be able to see the address up there, right? Oh, I'm being bitten on my toes. I'm being bitten on my toes. Ow. So there it is. It's patreon.com/C at /C/Bush Whisperer. And I'll put it in here too. So you can go and become free subscribers on Patreon as well. Hopefully YouTube will allow it. Oh, YouTube's allowing it. That's another thing about YouTube that annoys me. A lot of people keep saying to me that their posts aren't allowed to go through on YouTube. And the information's not able to be shown. So that's like a little bit annoying. But there it is. That's an idea of, I don't think you can see the Patreon link there, can you? You can't see it on the screen. No, they don't let you see it. You don't see the IP address as you would see it there. But anyway, regardless, that's like basically where you'll find my Patreon. And getting back to this particular conversation more deeply, I think as well that, oh, I'm sorry, did I bump you? Come here. Sorry, my darling. That is toe flinch when you bit me right under my nail. I wasn't ready for it. Otherwise, I would have mind over mattered the pain. Okay? Are you moody now? Oh, because your daddy's toe bumped you. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You're such a beautiful. Yes, you're pretty. So this little guy does quite a lot of work. The rabbits are less work. The dogs are less work. He's more work, but he's still young. He's still learning. He's like he's still an adolescent essentially. So yeah, getting into back to the point of the remote vision and the remote viewing, I think as well something to realize is that it's becoming quite a big fad. And this is something that to me is like a little bit of a it's a little bit of like a red flag to me. Like, why has it become such a fad? You'll notice that the Monroe Institute has released quite a lot of information. And they have the Monroe tapes. They have the tapes from the training processes that they used in the particular what were they called? I forget. Anyway, the original where Igwit Swan and all those people were a part of that particular project. It's been many years since I've looked into that, like decades. They've released a lot of these ideas, and they've got these tapes that people are listening to, using them for astral projection, which are sounds. I don't recommend those personally. Yeah, those are things that apparently people have positive results with, but when it comes to something as subtle as this, one's got to be really careful, because the unconscious can be heavily influenced. and that can influence subconscious experience. And so there can be particular particular codes, if I use that term loosely, added into the code that helps you, open the lock. And so they can be hacking in to your system using these tapes and sound. So it's just something that I shared. I've put these tapes on before, and I felt like, they affect the chakras in interesting ways. And I was like, well, I'm not really interested in this. I've got my tried and tested old-fashioned ways that work perfectly fine. Thank you very much. I don't need to listen to these tapes that they've got. And there's a lot of these tapes out there. I've even shared them on my channel, and I've shared them in different places. But personally, I think, just be aware that there can be programming added into the sounds that you're listening to that will help you get out of your physical body, but can also attach a certain ping to your energy field so that other entities or other beings can find you, right? So this is something to consider. If you're using the Monroe tapes, or what are the other tapes? Tapes for astral projection. We should be able to find the name here that everybody's raving about, or has been for like the last decade. The Gateway Experience by the Monroe Institute, and the HemiSync, hemispheric synchronization binaural beats, right? So that's really what we're talking about here. These two particular very particular examples of what I'm talking about. And personally, they don't feel right to me. When I've put them on, the frequencies that they're putting through my energy body and my chakras are like, there's something about that field that's like a little bit not quite sure what it is. And I think a lot of these tapes are also made using technology, and they might be able to do the job sort of the same way that you could get a crowbar to open your house. Why not? Here's a crowbar, use it to open your front door. The problem now is that your front door lock is broken and every Dick, Tom, and Harry can come into your home, right? So is a crowbar the best way to open your house? I don't think it is. I think it's much better to have a key. Open your door properly and lock your door afterwards. Because we're living in a society where, like, unfortunately, in South Africa, leave your front door open, there'll be nothing left in your home. In fact, your home will be being squatted, and there'll be another lock on your door, and there'll be other people living in your house. So, a little bit of prudence, a little bit of being conscious and cognizant and aware of these things, I think, is important. And personally, I'm not so fond of these different technologically based systems. If you really are interested in learning to astral project, this is something that I will also be doing a workshop for, series, like what do you call them? Seminars. What are they called these days? I might do it through Zoom or something. Try and get a nice interactive platform where we can work with it and share images and share things nicely and succinctly and fast. StreamYard seems to be okay, but I don't think it's optimal. Or maybe I'll just take the bigger option. I used to have it, but it's almost $100 a month. It seems like excessive, just for having the ability to do webinars. Or maybe that's what it is, the same on Zoom. I don't know. I'll look into that. But yeah, there will be webinars being done relating to astral sciences as well, and how to train your body and using very simple techniques that work, that are safe, right? This is the key, because first we have to learn to get into our bodies properly. Once we've learned to get into our bodies, we need to get so into our bodies that we go through our bodies in to the medium in which our bodies are. But in order to get to that point, we need to dissolve the boundaries between our body and the medium. And so there's active, very simple techniques to do this, to gain a sense of control of this process of experience through the senses, and then to move step by step into a different phase of being, so that it's not a sudden being thrown into the pool. You go into the pool bit by bit by bit by bit, and you're not suddenly shocked like, oh my gosh, I'm in this deep water, I didn't really learn to swim properly. You're going into the shallow parts first and learning to swim. And this is an important developmental curve and a strategy towards safety and success. I think that's really important. And I think with a lot of these other sort of new age techniques that have been dropped on us by the Monroe Institutes and other organizations, that may be functional and may be useful. I'm not saying they're not functional. I just don't know how safe they are. I'm not saying they are necessarily dangerous, just to be clear, right? I'm just saying that I don't know about their safety. And some things about some of the things that I've listened to, which isn't extensive, I've done a lot of listening, have felt a little bit off. And I'm like, wow, why would you want to listen to this Monroe Institute tape with all these funny sounds when you could listen to a shamanic drum, right? Just listen to what I'm saying here, common sense of what I'm applying. You could listen to a didge being played, didgeridoo playing, drumming. You could be listening to the sounds of nature. That would be a far more immersive and productive, right? If you had a very high defined sound of nature, that there is music and profound frequencies being broadcasted through nature. And when we tune into these frequencies, we will become aware of hyperdimensionality and understand and become cognizant that we are extra dimensionally aware and active. So that's just, these are just my perceptions and my thoughts. I don't have concrete answers about these organizations, and I'm not going to say they're good or bad. I just simply don't know, because I have had no interest in these organizations specifically, because I think, like, you know, I think that's just a common sense. Now, there was a really cool question asked by Howard. Howard, are you back? Is Howard in the show? Well, if Howard's not here, Howard will probably be here. And I think it's probably a good time to look at this idea of what Howard was saying here, because it was quite profound. Before I end the show, the last thing, where is that comment that Howard made? Let me go back. There we go. Was that the one that Howard made, or was it the next one? Oh, that was a lovely comment that Howard made. I think I accidentally start this one, meaning to start the comment he made just after this. But that makes a lot of sense as well, what he's sharing here. Let's get to the next one. There we go. So I think that's what it is. So, you know, he asks about the moon homunculi stuff and the Intergalactic Federation. Wow, where do I even start? I'm not sure exactly what moon stuff you're referring to specifically, Howard, by the way. But what I would say is there's definitely some kind of a powerful lunar presence, right? And the lunar presence is very much related to moving into the unconscious. So it's almost like the moon represents a boundary between the conscious and the unconscious. And it's a metaphorical boundary. And I think there's an electromagnetic and a presence that this moon exerts upon the earth that has this effect on this boundary. And so understanding this particular frequency of consciousness and working with it will give us access to be able to going in deeper into the unconscious. And we call this process sublimating. So going into the sublime unconscious and sublimating information between the conscious and unconscious states in order to gain an insight. And this is where we find a lot of the esoteric and occult knowledge will become available to us, because if we can drive our intent and learn how to drive our particular makaba and our particular state of consciousness through these training exercises that I was speaking about previously, we should be able to integrate into the unconscious and be able to pull forth particular pieces of information that relate to the important aspects of this process. So that's something to think about. I think it's important. Then there's a lot of other stuff about the Moon Saturn matrix, which once again has also been obfuscated. There is such a thing as a Saturn Moon matrix, but unfortunately, a lot of these people reading the new books, they don't understand what that represents. And they just go on and on about the Moon Saturn matrix. They don't realize there's a Moon Mercury matrix. They don't realize there's a Saturn Mercury matrix. They don't realize there's a Jupiter Saturn matrix. They don't realize there's a Mars Venus matrix, right? There's a Venus Moon matrix. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Obsessed with the Saturn Moon matrix, and it suddenly becomes everything. It's not everything, it's specific. Understanding these different matrices is understanding the different layers of existence and the layers that govern our systems that we're living in, and they govern the expression of these systems and matter, in a sense, and the experience of physicality. So yeah. And then what was the other part? Oh, homunculi. Now the homunculi is a very interesting discussion, in itself. I think it means different things to different people, in a sense. And this, I start to address certain things in the look at this little guy, huh? Yeah. He's on it, hey? He's on it. He definitely wants to get to this microphone. He wants to speak. He wants to be. Do you want to talk on the mic? You want to talk on the mic? Yes. Yes, you want to talk on the mic? Say hello. Say hello. No, don't bite the mic. Say hello. Go. Talk. Yes. Yes. Say it again. Yes. He wants to talk on the mic. He wants to have his turn. He's gotten onto Daddy's diamond. He wants to take the diamond out of the ring. So yeah, I think like the homunculus is an interesting concept. Personally, I've had relationships with beings that are not physical since I was young. But I think the homunculus also relates to the structure of being and how these differentiated aspects are moving through our consciousness field. And so for those of you that have watched the Bush Whisperer Speaks Series 1 and Series 2, there's like 108 lectures within each. There's this theme that keeps coming up, which is the chain of life. And I think the chain of life is a theme that we need to understand and appreciate, because it gives us a scale of progression between the different octave fields of the I can hear my son's mother in the distance on the side of the house having a shouting match with my boy. And I have to go and intervene soon. She makes him worse. She doesn't know how to speak to him. She doesn't know how to communicate with him. She's a crazy woman. This is like one of the reasons why she's my ex. She became born again Christian, and they believe that, well, her particular battle Christianity ideas and all this weird way that they behave, which is unfortunately a problem that many people are doing these days. But it just disturbs me to hear her shouting and carrying on the way she does. From the other side of the house. I hope you guys didn't have to listen to it. If you did, anyway, apologies. I'm going to go and sit down with my boy and have a conversation. He's probably done something cheeky, but there's a way to engage. So anyway, the homunculi, I think, represents this aspect of our externalization of ourselves. I think it's related to our egos. It's related to our personas on one level. On another level, there's an externalization element, because the harmonic resonance and frequencies means that our particular frequency might be in resonance with a particular being, a phenomenal being that happens to be in that same frequency of being. And so they carry the same character, persona, and manifest. So that's like an interesting field of observation. When I was young, I had these beings that I can only call them leprechaun. They would come and they would perform for me whenever I had these other dark shadow creatures trying to find me, that would come sniffing around looking for me. And this being would come out and they would do this dance, and the dance would sort of create a sense of confusion, that the entities couldn't find me, that had nefarious intent. And so it became like a friend, they would come to me. And so there's an interesting idea. And I think the homunculus story has been mixed up between different mythologies from different regions. It's been over syncretized to the point where maybe it becomes a little bit obfuscated and possibly even confused to some degree. So there is the point of recognizing, I think, the importance of this understanding. Whoa, dude! I hope you didn't turn my mic off. Please turn my mic off. So let's see. The mic still seems to be working. The mic still seems to be working. Oh, good. He landed right there by the cables. It's like, oh, he's cheeky. He's all over the show. I'm gonna have to go and give him attention. Have to go and give my boy attention in a minute. But yeah, so this notion of the homunculus being sort of somehow fundamentally a part of us on one hand, and on another hand, an external being as well, is an interesting concept. Hey, dear brother, how are you doing? I hope you can hear.
Hey man, yeah, really good. Had to jump through. Oh, my camera's mirrored for some reason. Yeah, I'm
going to step away for 2 or 3 minutes. Can I do that?
I had to jump through quite a lot of hoops to get on here.
Oh,
basically, I had to download the StreamYard app. Can you hear me?
Yeah, brother. I was saying I'm going to step away for a couple of minutes. I'm going to go and check on my boy. I'm going to put him by his food. Can you not hear me? Try your volume on your phone.
Sure.
You can hear me now?
Is that good?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, you can. Good, brother. Yeah, I was just going to say I'm going to step away for just a few minutes.
I can hear you.
Go and talk to my son,
his
mom, and make sure that Agathon's got food. I'll be back now. Are you gonna be on for a minute or two? Few minutes?
Oh, sounds good.
Cool, brother. I'll be back now.
Right. What's up, everyone in the chat? I was saying I had to jump through quite a lot of hoops to get on here. Had to update my phone. Had to delete 20 gigabyte worth of data. When I installed the phone, took ages, and I had to confirm. It said confirm you're 18. Didn't have time for that, so I declined. With the new iOS update, you have to say you're 18. You have to either provide a credit card, bank card, or you have to show ID to get into the new app. So anyway, after doing all of that, I still couldn't use StreamYard. Google Chrome wasn't working, Safari wasn't working. It said this device basically won't let you. You have to use a different browser. I use, both browsers. So basically, yes, the start. I've had a haircut. Yeah, felt like letting go of my hair. I did like having dreads for a while, but it was a bit of a pain. It's just I guess it's shedding of the old self of me from 2 years ago. But yeah, anyway, downloaded the StreamYard Guest app, so here I am. I was really keen to share some of these notes, so just bear with me. So Franklin was talking about about Crowley, and it had me thinking of the Crowley and Churchill connection. Oh, one sec. Yes, it had me think of the Crowley and Churchill connection, and how Churchill, during World War II, to defeat the Nazis, he was in talks with Crowley. And this symbol, the peace symbol, I actually think is, or what I've heard is, a sign for the Typhonian order. And actually, peace would be like this. It would be connection of the two fingers. And really, that is the opposite of peace. This is like chaos or disorder. It's division. And that's why it's a sign for the Typhonian order. Really, the peace sign would be this, with the two fingers together. So I'm not sure if anyone else has heard that, but I find that very, very interesting. And then also with what was spoken about earlier with manifestation, I made some notes a couple of days ago. I was listening to a podcast, and we were talking about the subconscious and conscious, and like the spirit and matter, and like mind over matter, because spirit is the mind, like all is mental, like all is spirit. The first Hermetic principle. And I always try to work out ways to simplify stuff. It can sound quite complicated when I'm talking about it, but really with this manifestation, it's like I use just the same word but swap the spelling 3 times. So you have the from, FROM, and then you have the form, FORM. So you just swap the spelling. So where it's from turns into the form, but between that it morphs. And this morph, who, I don't know if anyone remembers, Morph was a clay character on TV in the 90s, if anyone remembers that, like Morph. And like Morph is like how you create. And so with manifestation, it's this third part is essential to morph, to create. So it's the bridge of the formless and the form, or like where the form is from, which is before matter, which would be the spirit or the mind. So I just thought I'd share that. And then also with the Mani Pura, the chakra, which is like will, and like manifestation, the word conforming. So when people conform, you're not using your own will. Your will is being used against you, and you're manifesting things which don't align with your true self. So this is how you bring the formless into form, when you conform to what others tell you by manipulation, manipulation. And it's also to do with the archon forming. Like archons, what I've come to understand recently is, I stand to be corrected, but arc is a carrier or a vessel. It can be a story or a narrative that we tell ourselves. And on is the sun or light. So archon is carrier of the light. And light is to do with patterns, pitter patter. Light is to do with like it comes from the sun, it comes from further away, from farther above. And these archons can manipulate us via patterns, and this ties into I think it might, I'm not sure if it was this podcast, the one I was listening to earlier. I get confused because all of these notes come from different times. They're not just from 5 minutes ago, they're from like an hour ago, 3 hours ago. But it's to do with like when there's no light, or when we don't look in. Oh yeah, it was a podcast about the shadow, actually. It was about the shadow self. So when we avoid our light, or inner light, like when we look away, turn away, have a block, for example, have a block on the third chakra, that void or space is going to be filled with something else. So this ties into the subconscious and our DNA, which is in water. Like you've got to go into the depths to find the light. And our DNA, 95% of it is dormant, or so-called junk DNA, they tell us. These are just patterns. These are like potentials, and these are light codes. And if we don't use them, another will. And we call this other archons or rulers, the ones which have control over us. But really, they're just other parts of us that are lower self. And I also believe lower is another name for a type of spirit, which is, you know, a more dense or lower spirit. But I'll pass the mic back to Franklin now. I'm just going to turn off my mic for a minute and camera.
Yeah, man. We start going into the archons. That's a whole deep dive. Yeah, man. Yeah, I enjoy embracing the feminine energy. I've always felt like it's important for us guys to be in tune with our feminine. My dad taught me that when I was little. When I was like 5 years old, when I was getting the hiding of my life with a bigger boy, and it was bare knuckle, and I was learning to fight. And this guy was giving it to me. He was a boxer. He was trained. He was like 2 years old or whatever. It was left, right, left, right. My dad was, dance, Franklin, dance, dance. Dance like a butterfly, my boy. Dance like a butterfly. You got to move, dance. So I started learning to dance. And my dad used to, when he was training me as a kid to learn to fight, he was like, you got to learn to move. You got to learn to flow. You got to dance like a butterfly. Don't try and be like, you know, stuck or like a masculine energy. You got to be in your feminine to find your power as a man. And women, they want to become rooted. So men are here to root women so they can become balanced and grounded. And women are here to bring us into that dancing mode so we become balanced. And in balance, we find like potential and power. But yeah, you know, looking at the archons, that's interesting where you got to where I was talking about earlier, the chain of life. And this chain of life is like it's the structure of energy and consciousness that's coming through us. And like through this, we manifest the realities and existence and everything that is. And, you know, I believe that these fundamental parts of who we are broke away. Some of them broke away. They broke away from the chain of life. And when they broke away from the chain of life, they started to create their own order of anti-life. And that order of anti-life is what we call demons, and what we call the hordes of demons, and what we call the Antichrist, and all of these beings that broke away. And, you know, according to the old mythos, there were 200 of them that broke away and created their own order. And that dark order is what we mean sort of struggling against for Shiva. Yes. You know, Shiva is not separate to Kali. So when you're going into Shiva, you're going into Kali, Mata, the mother. And there's a beautiful picture of that demonstrates what I'm talking about quite specifically here. Let me try and find it. and it's Shiva under Kali. And it's such a beautiful image. I can find it. So let's find a nice version of it. I hope this is a nice version of it. Is it a nice version of it? We gotta wonder. Maybe I need to maybe I need to find a better. I think this is a good version of it. There we go. So here's what I'm talking about when we talk about Shiva and Kali. And Shiva is essentially under Kali Mata. And Shiva is becoming the grounding for Kali Mata. And Kali Mata manifests the dance on top of or through Shiva, through this field of consciousness. And I think there's a lot to be understood by grasping this image as it relates to the masculine and the feminine, right? Because the masculine is about action, about doing, and the feminine is about being. And so what this image says is that we should be before we do. Our doing should be subjective to being. We shouldn't become what we are doing. We should do as a reflection of what we are being. And there's this powerful story of the intrinsic expression of who we are as human beings. You with us, brother?
Yeah, man, I'm here. Sorry it took me so long to get on. I'm not sure if you heard. There was a bit of hassle. Like the update needed 20 gigabyte of storage, and then had to update it, which took ages for it to actually update. And then it said I didn't confirm I was 18.
Are you running an iPhone?
Yeah.
Since when does an update need 20 gigabytes? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, and also it was saying that to use StreamYard, I had to use a different web browser. So I was on Safari, so I downloaded Chrome. Chrome said the same thing. So then I updated my phone. Then it said I needed to confirm I was 18, and it still didn't work. So then I searched it. Why is it not working? And it said I had to download a StreamYard guest app. So I'm using a StreamYard app now. So basically, I couldn't get on here without giving loads of data away. But oh well, whatever.
Oh, so they've got apps now for Apple. Interesting. Very surprising. I didn't know that they even had an app. Yeah, man. Well, you gotcha. I'm gonna step away for like another one minute. I'm gonna put these guys with their food. I'm gonna put him with his food. Check that my little boy's on track. I had to go out and crack a bit of whip. You know. Are you going off to do something now, or are you going to be here?
No, I'll hang on. Sorry, I'll be here. My phone's on 20%, so it should last enough. So I'm just at work at the moment. So if I suddenly go, that's my phone's out of battery. But I'll be here. I'll just
okay. So I'm going to step away for 1 minute. I don't know if you do, is there something pressing that you need to do at this exact minute?
No.
Okay, cool, man. I'll be back now.
Cool. So well, unless anyone in chat's got any questions about anything, I'll just have a little chat about some things which I've been looking into, but I'll wait like a minute and see if anyone's got any questions about anything or whatever, or about anything. You know, this can be ask me anything. So I'll just wait a second, see if anyone does want to. Okay, so I think. What do you mean, Tom Brewer, by ruler? Can you try and word it differently? And what do you mean by leaders? And do you mean leaders as in government, or do you mean leaders as in rulers or archons, or, you know?
Comes from the root of the word lead, being led. Heavy, dense, solid
Yes.
matter. Saturn,
Yep.
the Saturn cult.
Yep. So I've been working on a video recently about it's a bit I prefer doing lives because you can just like talk and be in flow, but the way I've been doing this video is through my music software called Logic Pro, and then I've got separate tracks for separate things. It's all about, it's kind of like what we spoke about the other day with Exercise Pegasus, but it's in all its forms, like the mythology, etymology, because with these things, with these like scenarios and stuff, it goes deep. So I've been working on that, but I've actually written some notes down that I was going to make a quick little Instagram video of me just reading it. So, well, I was going to read that out now. Maybe I shouldn't, because it's actually a bit longer than I thought. I thought there was just a few notes, but it's actually quite long. It basically, ties loads of stuff together. So I won't bother doing that. But with rulers or archons, in my like limited understanding so far, like archons are just our cons, and it's our cons. It's to do with time as well, and obviously it depends with how we measure time, what we're measuring ourselves against, because things can like forces can only rule us if we're not in alignment. If we're disorientated, we can kind of be swept off course, and that's not necessarily a negative thing. I mean, it can be negative, but when you're kind of swept off course, or if you go down a different path, it can lead somewhere like beautiful still. So with archons, I've always been of the understanding that they're just part of ourselves, but of our lower selves, and the lower is a type of spirit, I believe, and so Franklin, I'm not sure if have you heard, because I heard someone mention this on a podcast the other day, that the Rosicrucians believed that the etheric body was related to a horse. Have you heard that before?
Well, from a shamanic perspective, the horse represents personal power, right? It represents the ability to move, to go somewhere, but it has a deep, powerful symbolic representation of agency, right? And so the etheric is related to agency because it is the agency that makes matter come into being, if that makes sense. It's the formative reality. It's the formative world. It's the Yetzirah that becomes the structure and structures this physical world. So in a sense, I can completely see where that symbolic structure comes from. And yes, I mean, these are ideas that are related to different animal forms. Although it's not just specifically related to a horse, it's related to other animals as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
And the horse, relates also to expanding your consciousness beyond matter on a level. Yeah, sorry, carry on, dear brother.
Yeah, it's just interesting that because I've never heard the horse being related to the etheric body before, and like you say, other animals can do, but it's just interesting that because you have the car in ancient Egypt, the Ka, which is the vital essence or life force or spirit, which to me is the ether, is the etheric body. It's our spirit, life force. And why it's interesting is because cars are associated with horsepower, and it seems that this is just my intuition. Most of the stuff I talk about is just my intuition, so I can always stand to be corrected if people think otherwise, and step in if this is wrong. But does the etheric body protect us from outside forces? Because it seems that there is a ploy to weaken our etheric field so that our vessel, a better way to put it would be that can the etheric double or etheric body be hijacked by another, as a horse can be, as a horse is related to spirit or movement or traveling. Like at night time we have night mares, and the mare is a female horse, which also relates to Mer, which is Mercury, which is to do with traveling between realms. So the reason I think this is because with this technology of 5G and the emergence of 6G now, which I believe is responsible for some meningitis cases in the UK, in Kent, where there's no mention of 6G in newspapers or anything, but they're one of the top places to do it, that this can basically weaken our barrier around us, which protects us from outside forces, like the wind that's all around us. Like if our biofield or aura or etheric body is basically hijacked, we're more susceptible to manipulation from outside forces. Like I use the kind of phrasing or wording that people can still be walking around, but the light isn't there. We just become shells, and this is the eighth sphere, the realm of shells. What I would call the pale horse, the fourth horseman, death. But it's not death as in dying, it's just not being alive, but you're still walking around, which is what I fear is happening with Pegasus scenario, the white horse, and then the red horse of war, this so-called energy crisis now, which actually is an energy crisis, which is our connection to source or God, which I believe is related to the etheric body, which I don't know too much about, but this whole energy crisis, which could be like lockdowns 2.0, there's talk about, is that this all relates to our life force. And the four horsemen, first one white, next one red, all leads to the realm of shells, which is the death of wisdom, which is the eighth sphere. So with my intuition, a way to do this would be for our etheric body to sort of be hijacked, which is our life force. Or, you know, am I onto something there? Because I'm just kind of using my intuition with some threads I've heard and seen and researched, but I don't know much about the etheric body or the astral, so I'm just kind of going by my intuition there.
You see, more typically, you can get an energetic being attachment that will attach itself to your etheric body, for example, and start manipulating. And so we can become manipulated by beings. That's a kind of hijacking, isn't it? And I think possession, what we call possession, is an extreme case of this, where they have essentially hijacked your etheric body. So when you talk about someone who's possessed, you're talking about someone who's had their etheric body hijacked. So like what you're saying is true, and I think these controllers, these leaders, as you call them, dear Kali, right? I think they are part of fraternities, and I'm not talking about the good guys, I'm talking about the bad guys, which is like most of them. Sorry. I don't know if it's all of them, but let's just say we know it's a lot of them. Okay. We know it's a lot of them. We know it's a lot of the billionaires. We know it's a lot of those people that are controlling the big corporations and the money and, you know, government and policies and whatnot. I think that they are part of fraternities and covens that use ritual sacrifice as well as torture with different beings, with different children, with different humans, and they make contracts with these external beings that they can have, you know, a certain period of time in their bodies to do whatever they want to do. And so they willingly allow their psyches to be hijacked, which is literally saying, like, my etheric body will basically allow you to take over. Won't even put a fight. This, I think, is a metaphor for what they try to get their arts to produce in the physical domain of reality. So, yeah, I think what you're saying is quite on point.
So would the etheric body then be related to the will? Sort of the will or life force? Like, I know that's the third chakra, the Manipura, but if we have a weak etheric body, if we don't have a force field around us, we're more susceptible to manipulation.
You see, like, the etheric body is about structure, right? And if we think about what structure represents, it represents differentiation. So if we're speaking about Yetzirah from the Kabbalah, then we're talking about the etheric body, right? We're talking about the field of Pingala in Vedic cosmology. We're talking about the same substance, if we will, and part of the same matrix. And so this is quite fundamental to understand that the etheric is what delineates one thing from another. It's what creates profound boundaries between A, B, and B and C and C and D and D and E and E and F. Hence the numerations and the alphabet have come forth from the etheric field, which is why the logos and logic is connected to this particular field of consciousness expression and desires. Now, what is desire? Like, we got to understand what desire is. When you create a differentiation, if you go and read up on it, they'll say emotion. That's not correct. In modern times, human beings confuse desire, passion, emotion, and feeling. They don't differentiate what's the difference between emotion, feeling, passion, desire. But they are all distinct from each other. But they will use these words as if they're like interchangeable in a conversation very often, which they most certainly aren't. I would relate it to the differences between ice, moving water, stagnant water, and steam, and vapors, right? That's how I would, and it's all water, but it's such profoundly different versions of water that we can't just change the word and say, wow, thank you for this glass of ice, I was really thirsty, right? Or you can't say that this steam has really made it's really cooled things down for me. That's not how this works, right? Put some steam in the icebox to keep the food cold. No, that's not how this works. So, like, there are differentiations, and so there's differentiation between emotion, feeling, passion, desire. Now, desire and passion externalize themselves through the etheric, right? Feeling is like a gateway point with the etheric and the astral, and emotion is of the astral. But emotion externalizes itself as passion. And that passion, the difference between emotion and passion is passion has will attached to it. So you're right when you talk about the will related to the etheric. And desire is what the will is being used for. right? That's desire. Desire, to sire is to give birth, to have a child. Unsecure signal, namaste, I hope you're good, hope you're well. So to desire is to have that siring of yourself. And it's like almost you want to give birth to a new thing. Now, the reason why desire exists is because of the differentiation of the etheric plane. It's differentiating A from B, from C to D. So it's creating all these boundaries. So the etheric plane is very much related to boundaries, and it is the reference of boundaries, and all of the boundaries in matter and reality that differentiates one thing from another is an expression of the etheric field, the etheric plane. At the same time, we also have the astral plane. Now, the astral plane is the opposite. The astral plane is the inclusive principle, right? So it expands and absorbs everything into itself and expands, bringing everything from itself. You see the difference? From and to. So this is more to do with the principle of what is a similar thing between A and B. What makes A and B more similar, more the same? We're talking about the astral. Now we're talking about qualities. Qualities are things that are shared. Quality of sweetness, quality of heat, quality of disturbance, quality of whatever these qualities are, they are something that is shared between all things, but at any point in time, this can be brought forth from that thing, or it can be instilled into that thing. Sweetness can be added to your cup of tea, or your cup of tea can bring forth sweetness to your mouth, you see? Where the etheric is more about the cup that holds the tea, the specific cup, or the specific ingredients within the tea, right? But the flavor of that experience, that is a flavor that is a shared phenomenon. So, yeah, the etheric is about boundaries because it relates to differentiation rather than integration, which is what the astral plane relates to, integration. So you have, on the one hand, integration occurring, and on the other hand, you have differentiation happening. And the differentiation is reintegrating, right? To bring it into a point, and the differentiation is being installed into reality. So there's this give and take, and so because of differentiation's relation, yetzirah, relation to the etheric, you've got this boundaries being the key, and so like you say, Shinobi, the reason why it's considered important for your psychic protection is because the boundaries that we have, personal boundaries, are an expression of the etheric, because it separates what's inside from one outside, producing a field of differentiation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so is the astral more dreaming, and if we have a weak etheric field, like we might be like another's dream might come through us? Or for example, a better way to put this actually is, it's interesting you said that the etheric is structure, because when I looked up the etymology of horse, it's a structure or a vessel, so that fits there. And so it's to do with logic as well. And I just can't help but think of 2020 and the complete lack of logic there was. And it was people's. This is why I think that the etheric field can be weakened via signals, by an evil wind, say 5G, 6G, the Wi-Fi can potentially weaken our etheric field so that we're more susceptible to manipulation. And this ties into the dream as well, I think, if I'm correct, and think the astral is more to do with like the dreams, or like what's like beyond that. Things can kind of come into us if we have a weak etheric field or a weak boundary or no boundaries, and that we can basically be puppets, I guess. But Am I correct in thinking that the astral is? I'm not sure if you heard me say this earlier, but I was listening to a podcast. They're talking about spirit and matter, and like mind and matter and stuff, and that the I try to simplify things. So I simplified this in my mind that it's from, and then it's in form. So from is the spirit or mind, um, and then the form is the matter. But there's a process of morphing, and this is to do with manifestation, that we bring things into form from the unseen, but there is a morph, there is a kind of malleable change there, and this malleable change is what in my mind's eye I see the elites or whoever, or archons, rulers, trying to control. They want to use us as vessels to bring the formless into form, to bring things into matter. And to do this, we would have to have a weakened etheric field so that beings from the astral plane can basically create through us vicariously. So it's very interesting that you say that etheric is structure and logic, because this structure and logic, if you don't have any, you're more likely to conform, and the conform is where you've been conned to create a form from the from the astral, or from the dreaming, or from the formless. Because we're creators, we bring things in from the formless into form. But there's a kind of morphing. There's always a third way. It's not just formless to form. It doesn't happen just randomly. There's a morph. So I've managed to use the same word and just swap the spelling. So from and form and morph, but spelled with an F. And for me, that's so simple. It's a simple way of explaining mind over matter. But how? Well, you have to create it like clay. Because in the 90s, there was a character called Morph who was made of clay on TV. So this is how we can kind of create, and this is how we can kind of bring the formless into form. And what they want us to do is to conform, not be tapped into the all. The dreaming. This is the dreaming. The kind of the dreaming, the intuition, the more watery planes outside. If the etheric body is, say, like our light or aura, beyond, as our DNA is light in water internally, there's waters externally beyond our light that we can tap into, which is the dreaming. But this is where we can get caught up in like a wave, and these psyops disrupt the wave pattern. So it's kind of stormy. If it was clear, if the sea around us was kind of still, we'd be able to travel further and bring things in. But if they create a storm via wind, or like I just use AI, the mind, we can't we're kind of a bit untethered, I guess, and this creates chaos, and therefore we're more likely to conform to rules, or the archons or the rulers, because they'll say, well, look how chaotic it is. All you need to do is just give us all your data, sign up for this, whatever, pay us all your money, and then we'll bring some clarity to you. They create the chaos and then they give us the order. This is how the rulers, or the archons, so-called elites, work. But what I see happening, like in my mind's eye, just looking at so many different things going on, is that it's our life force, or chi, our structure, this horse, this vessel, that is under attack at the moment. And there's ways to strengthen this, which I don't know too much about, which I'm definitely going to look into, because this new technology, 6G, is come in 2030, but it's going to come here before that. They've already been testing, I'm sure. So it's important that we have the car in ancient Egypt is life essence or vital essence, life force, spirit, which is the etheric body, which is what drives us, and this is the light around us, and this is what's kind of under attack. And this whole energy crisis, which apparently is going to be like lockdowns 2.0, exactly 6 years after COVID. This is all to just deplete our etheric body so that we don't know what's going on, cause chaos, and then this creates an energy crisis. So we're just docile, and this is what transhuman is. You can't have transhumanism when people are aware of what's going on. You have to weaken the etheric body. You have to have people sort of sleepwalking. The only way they're going to go into that transhumanistic future is in a trance, and this is to do with the astral, and this is to do with sleeping. It's to do with nightmares, and that they want to try and turn life into a nightmare, so that in the night, which is really the dark, the subconscious, they are able to control your horse or vessel, which is your mare. And this is what it all comes down to, is controlling our subconscious while we're awake via weakening our etheric body.
Sorry, I was busy trying to add a picture, and for some reason my laptop was doing something weird. You're talking about form, and you're talking about, I think it's an important point to look at this maybe, because what we're looking at, and just let me see if I can, hermetic, I don't understand. There we go. 7 organs of the soul. That's such a nice name. Blooming Dingleberry. Okay, so here I have an image that that I think is quite apt. And so it represents, in a sense, the let me just make the chat stuff not happen. Oh, wow. There we go. Just set it up. So when we look at this, right, we're seeing here 7 principles, hermetic principles: inspiration, intuition, memory, imagination, will, instinct, sensation, right? And so we can see that each thing gets imprinted by the thing before it, right? Inspiration imprints itself into intuition. Intuition imprints itself into memory. Memory imprints itself into imagination. Imagination imprints itself into will. Will imprints itself into instinct. And instinct imprints itself into sensation. So the sensations we're experiencing are largely related to our expectation based upon our instincts to experience. Our instinct is related very much to the will that we've trained ourselves with. If you're training martial arts for a long time, your will train your instincts to block when a punch comes. That becomes an instinct, which is an adaptation. And your imagination entrains your will, right? Because to what you're imagining is what you'll focus on. And what your focus is on is where your energy flows, and that's where your will is being drawn. Your memory imprints upon the imagination, because memory is the substance, and the substance imprints itself in to the image, right? Like it's sort of, you can't really separate them very easily. So what our imagination has to use is the substance of our memories. That's what we can imagine. And our memories we can take a collage, pieces of different aspects of our memory, and rearrange it in a new way that's completely new and fresh. And that's our imagination experiencing, moving outwards, expanding beyond. And our memory is imprinted upon by our intuition, because our inner tuition is what we have intuited, what we have learned, what we have known, what we have digested and taken into ourselves. And this becomes what we will remember. And our intuition, what we have learned, tuition, what we have taken into ourselves as a personal expression of experience that we can tap from, is related to what has inspired us. And so our inspiration. So here we have 7 concepts. So we can go into sensation, right? Sensation, you could say, is related to the senses, is related to the Hermetic principle of generation, the generative principle, right? The masculine and feminine coming together, producing a sense. The most powerful sensation you can have is, wait for it, the sexual one. When a man and a woman get together and make that sweet music of life, there is no powerful sensation more powerful than the sensation that he, she has when he, she is inside she, he. He, she. So when your inside is on the outside and your outside's on the inside, you start to feel pretty funky. And the women have their outside on the inside, and the men have their inside sides on the outside. So when the man takes his inside, which is on the outside, and puts it on the inside of the woman, music happens. So, and that music is reflecting new life, babies and all of that. So the most powerful sensation is related to generation, the polarity between the masculine and the feminine, of receiving energy and giving energy. That's like really receiving stimuli and giving stimuli, really sensation. The 6th principle, which is instinct, Mars. Mars is a powerful driver of our natural instinct, and our higher instincts too, which is like the substance of the warrior. The warrior relies heavily upon instinct, right? In the art of war. You have time to sit down and think, well, I think, oh, there's a sword coming. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the shield up. No, your instinct is like protect. There's an opening. Go for it. It's an instinct. It's war. It's martial. It's fighting. So instinct is very geared into Mars. It's very geared into the principle of cause and effect, right? That cause has produced the effect of my instinctual reaction. My instinctual reaction becomes a cause that produces an effect. So the cause of the reality is my instinct is reacting to that cause with my own effect. And so instinct and cause and effect are very much an expression of the same fundamental principle. The will, now this gets interesting. The sense of rhythm, the will is rhythmic. Why is the will rhythmic? Well, rhythm is vibration, and vibration is put into tones of rhythmic expression. Now we can change the vibration and manifest a new vibrational field, and the act of changing the vibrational field and manifesting a new vibrational field is through rhythm, and we call this expression of rhythm the will. So the will is fundamentally connected to rhythm. Hence, shamanism is very much training the rhythm, because it's training the will. You train the will, you can choose. Your free choice becomes a greater sphere of possibility. So shamans spend a lot of time training their will, as do yogis, as do occultists, as do, whichever school you're coming from. The will is the key. The imagination. So now we're in the sphere of polarity. So polarity produces a polarized expression and a potential, and that potential holds space where energy can flow. And an energy is always represented by the polarity of a particular energy, because that energy has got a wavelength and it's moving from this extreme to that extreme. Energy will always move from one to another, and the movement of energy is between poles, polarity. And so the imagination is related to this potential, because this energy of polarity is where the treasure house of images within the unconscious is able to draw forth potentials, and those potentials become images. And we imagine those images so that the will can imprint it into the world of cause and effect. And the will imprints it through the rhythm principle to intune the memory of the universe into that particular pattern, so that the cause and effect can reflect these principles, so that our sensation will bring that experience to us, reality, matter. So the imagination is the key to polarity. And then the vibration, the field of vibration. Now, vibration is like the sub matrix of the universe, right? Everything is in a field of vibration. And mem is vibrating. Whether you go to Chinese and systems and you train with Taoist alchemy, you want to connect with the element of water. The element of water is always vibrating. It's vibration. So this vibrating element of water is the firmament, if you will. And this substance is carrying the vibrational field, and that vibrational field holds the memory, holds the blueprint. We're talking about like very fundamental substance of reality, memory, vibration. So the vibrations are what we remember. We remember as these the vibrations become the members, the parts of the structure. And so there's this key to how things were intoned. And so emotion is the key to memory. And memory and emotion are fundamentally connected. Emotion and memory are fundamentally connection. People don't realize this because they don't know what emotion is. They think that emotion is desire, is passion, is feeling. Feeling is the way that the imagination interprets the emotion of the memory. Now we feel it in the imagination. And the imagination, then putting that into perspective, becomes passion, the passage of ions being expressed from the energy of the imagination and the polarity into the field of will, of rhythm. This becomes passion, and the passion drives the will. And the passion then moving from the will of the rhythm principle into the cause and effect principle becomes that highly distinct cause drives effect drives cause. Now it becomes desire, because now we have a particular desire of a particular cause or a particular effect that we wish to bring into our place, right? And so that's quite important to recognize. And then obviously the culmination of desires brings about the structuring of the polarity between the masculine and the feminine. Hence, desire is what brings a man into a woman and brings a woman around a man. So we can see how these fields are. So the intuition then is that state of high frequency of information, which is the correspondences of the universe, all corresponding to other things. That's how you can see, the whole universe in a grain of sand, or you can understand that within the whole universe, that grain of sand is the fundamental principle, right? That the whole universe is the grain of sand, and the grain of sand is the whole universe, because in terms of the field of correspondence, this is very much how this works. The distinctions of separation are not quite to the same degree, and they haven't been developed down to the etheric field where there's differentiation. Here we're just speaking about correspondences, that all these different things are in this field of correspondences, and they're all sort of related and connected to each other. And then that intuition, which represents the second principle of Hermes, correspondence, is in its most complete form in the state of pure thought. And the state of pure thought is a state of pure inspiration. Pure inspiration. And that's an element of liberation. Because in a state of pure inspiration, all of these other elements are absorbed into it. Because inspiration is the substance that from whence all of these come. All of these come from inspiration, and all of these are reabsorbed into inspiration in a state of total unity. So we're talking about the monad here. So we can see how these 7 principles. Now, if you look at this image, and I hope you can see it, and let me know if you can in the chat, you'll see there are spheres. So the inspiration, the intuition, and the memory make up one sphere. I call this the causal body, right? It's just a little diagram that I made to help explain a concept. So the causal body is, and I don't think this diagram exists anywhere else. I made this diagram. I chose the words. I chose, like, this just is how to understand the Hermetic principles and how they relate to what we're talking about specifically when we're talking about these boundaries. And so this is the causal body, the causal field. In Vedic cosmology, we speak of it as the Shashumna, which is the total integration of all. And this is what we can call in Western occultism the spiritual body, the true spiritual body. Now, the spiritual body, which is inspiration, intuition, and memory in a state of unified expression, the proverbial Trinity, is holding itself in the state of spiritual expression, and this then becomes an expression of beyond time. And so the memory resides where the akasha is. The akasha is that field of vibrational resonance that holds the blueprints, the memory for the entire universe. So you can draw from the akasha, and the not just the universe now, but the universe that was, is, and will be. Right? The akasha is not linear time based. It holds all the structures that would facilitate the potential for linear time to exist here as we know it. And so yeah, that memory is then the crossover point where this splits. So this spiritual body then polarizes itself. The Shashumna polarizes itself into two other fields. And these two fields become polar expressions, representations of each other. Where the one which I represent as the memory, which is a crossover bridge between the spiritual body and the astral body, gives the substance based upon pure imagination, where the thought of inspiration, intuition, and memory, which are pure mental constructs, have been turned into pure energetic substance. That's the astral plane. And so the memory exists both as pure thought or as a mental construct, and also as an energetic construct. It's where the movement starts, the vibration. It's where the resonant fields and movement starts, and so there's energy. That's the point of junction. And that then is expressed as a polarity between the state of movement, because movement involves moving energy, which now there has to be a polarity for the energies to move between, because that's how movement occurs. So the imagination and the field of polarity becomes the structuring unit of the astral plane. And that then becomes an embodiment that expresses the will. That's the beginning of the expression of the self's notion towards externalizing itself as the will. And so yeah, we can see the will then being another junction point, if you can see that. And the will is a junction point between the etheric and the astral. And so the etheric and the astral, where the astral is an expansive, emerging field through which consciousness and energy pulsates, the etheric is a contracting field that condenses and solidifies the energy of expansion so that you can have a toric field. So this is a toric field being expressed here as it relates to the 7 principles of harmonies, as it relates to the field of consciousness, as it relates to the principles running through our field of consciousness that define the human condition, inspiration, intuition, memory, imagination, will, instinct, and sensation, which are really the 7 aspects relating to the 7 chakras, the 7 principles, the 7 everythings. And so the will then is that junction point. Now notice will is a junction point between the astral and the etheric. The lower circle, which I've drawn here as red, the will stands between both the astral and the etheric. Why? Well, the will is the will of the true deep self, and the will of there's my will, there's I want, and then there's, you see, there's divine will, and then there's my personal, what I want. The will can be abused. And so because the will is under the umbrella of desire and moves in accordance with desire in the etheric plane, that becomes a very personalized will that can be abused. The astral plane, the will, is related to our emotional proclivities, which is who we really are. So our real will be based upon our deep feelings of what our deepest feelings are. Our will in the etheric will be based upon our ideas. You see, the etheric represents ideas. The astral represents like deeper currents of feeling and emotion, where the memory, which is emotion, connects to the spiritual hierarchy, the spiritual plane. So this is why the will, this is a long answer, Shinobi. Shinobi keeps dropping off. I think he's having issues with his phone or his internet. He keeps popping in and popping off. The will becomes that fundamental grounded point between the astral and the etheric, but it radiates downwards towards matter through the etheric, and it becomes clothed in the dense substance of desire, and that's what keeps us stuck on this wheel of karmic samsara, as they call it in Vedic cosmology, and moving towards, activating our instincts and charging our instincts with particular proclivities, and then forcing us to seek sensation. And so that desire makes us seek pleasant sensations that we consider pleasant in the world, be that sex, be that getting high, being that, comfort, being it like notoriety, whatever sensation brings you some sense of enjoyment or power or whatever. That's what our will proclivities move us towards based upon the element of desire. So that's why I've put the red element here to show us this is the etheric plane. And notice will is related to rhythm. Rhythm is the lord of time, is Saturn. It's related to the Manipura chakra, that digestion, what we eat, right? The number 8. Remember what you ate? What you ate yesterday? what you ate becomes your body, Saturn. And your instinct, obviously, is that transformative alchemizing potential, right? That's the alchemizing potential. Our instinct is really how we adapt and how we can change situations, because it operates in real time, where the rationalization functions within the etheric operate retrospectively, instinct doesn't, which is why in war, martial arts is all about developing instincts. So here you have a little map for these 3 aspects of the creation, and just exactly how they relate to, you're back, brother. You're back for good.
So it's a bit difficult because I've plugged my phone into charge because it was out of battery, but I'm not cleaning in here anymore. So I put my phone into charge, and occasionally I've popped back just to check my phone's still only on like 8%. So I'll probably have to just say a couple of last words and shoot off, which is annoying. So I'd like to be part of the conversation, but oh well. I just wanted to say with what you've been talking about, it kind of reminds me of like vortex energy, like memory, the mem and ori, the water and light, the masculine and feminine, and us, like we're in the middle. And I kind of look at these kind of concepts and stuff as kind of doing, it's like feng shui for the psyche. You got to kind of like have a bit of this, bit of that, take what you need, let stuff go, let it come through you, let it flow. And another phrase is with the vortex, like you let the raw text come through your cortex. So while you're doing your vortex, imagine yourself with a wand, which is your imagination, your wonder, or your will, I guess. And you spin it around yourself like this, because you're always in the center of the vortex. With your wonder, your will, which you cast into the vast ocean of awareness, you spin it around like this, like the wave. And then what needs to come through you will come through you. with your wander, with your wand, and then you can kind of create this current of this masculine feminine polarity of this fire and water around you, so that you can kind of be a channel for what needs to come through you and not be too bogged down with loads and loads of stuff. This has been a path for me because I just know a little bit about a lot of stuff, and I'd rather that than be an expert in one thing. So this is why sometimes I'm just navigating the waters, like with just curiosity. So we need to just stay curious with things and not be like, this is how it is, because that's a stagnation. And I think this is with what the intuition is that over time we learn to kind of tap into the unseen, and when things come in which we might not be used to or heard before, we can kind of have some structure as to where it fits in, where its places basically. So I'm going to head off, but yeah, it's been a great conversation today. Shame I've been a bit all over the place, but it is what it is. Be a bit more grounded tomorrow on the round table, be at home, my laptop. So yeah, much love.
Big love, brother. You said the word vortex. I just want to add something. You might appreciate this. So I'm trying to track the etymology to older roots. They say that the word vort, there's a prefix vort for vortex, comes from the Yiddish word vort, which means word. Isn't that interesting? So vort X is Saturn, is the cross, the tau cross, the cross of Saturn and time. So the vortex is the word that facilitates the crossing of time, the vortex through which reality can manifest. Isn't that a beautiful thing? And I'm pretty sure we'll probably find that there's an element probably in very likely in Proto-German, or at least Proto-Indo-European graveyard of languages. But that's an interesting prefix notion of vort into vortex. And
well, that's interesting because the X is external. It's like the exoskeleton, the external, and the vort being related to like, do you say words or language? Like, well, the word is the weird, which is the fates, which is past, present, and future, and the vortex. So if the vortes are the words, and the X is external, this to me sort of signals patterns. And with this vortex, we can basically even be open to patterns, which is light. And with this vortex, if you imagine water, because I'll just use water, you can do it with anything, air or fire, but of course I'm going to use water. You spin the water around, and as it's spinning, that's how the light can come in, that's how patterns can come in. Or instead of coming in, that's how patterns come out. That's how you can access light codes or your DNA, because they come through water. But water carries air, so you can use air too. You can use fire because that is the spark within us. So yeah, that is interesting. I'd never heard the word vort before, but it's great to always break everything down. Did you say vort was related to words?
Yeah, I had a suspicion of this, to be honest, when I heard it. So I double checked it, because I like to double check things. Like I go with my instincts, but it doesn't hurt to double check and make sure like what the specs are. And so the term vort is two distinct etymological origins, right? Depending on whether it is used in a Yiddish Jewish context or as a prefix in Germanic languages. So in the Yiddish Jewish context, it relates to word, right? And it's borrowed from the Yiddish, which literally is, Wort, right? Which means word, and is doublet in English word. So the Yiddish Wort shares a common Proto-Germanic ancestor with the English word, right? Worda. Now, the Germanic Cimbrian context, forward, forth, or a prefix indicating direction or intent, right? Now, how do you embody forwards, forth, or a prefix indicating direction or intent? Please tell me this is on the screen. Thank God. What it is. Otherwise, I'd be like, dang, you guys aren't seeing this. That is what the word is. The word is how we express our intent and direct information and energy through our words. So, derived from Middle High English, German Wort, which originates from Old High German Fort, right? Comes from fort, which you can see now like a fort. Now, a fort was traditionally a pentagram. It gets very interesting, right? In traditional images and traditionally the way it was presented. And so there's a phi mathematical pattern that is encoded within the pentagram, and that's sort of that meeting juncture point between the 108 and the 72. And then it's derived from the Proto-Germanic furba, which is related to forward, right? And is a cognate with the English forth. So to go forth, it's related to where the word comes from. So we can see at a later stage, the word is related to going forth, sending something forth, sending my ideas forth with words. So there's these like powerful etymological connections there.
I wish I was on my computer right now because I'd be able to do some like real-time research as well. But there's so like my brain is firing up when you're saying all this, because first off, Vort reminds me of what, like you say, what when someone says their words or their weirds or cast their fate, you go, what did you
Water.
say?
Yes,
What?
and water.
Yeah. And then it's got me thinking of warden as well, like a ward. And we're going to have to probably go back to this conversation, listen to it, and write this stuff down. But like thought, as in a fort, as in a castle, as in like a mind palace or a fortress as well. Like obviously castles have gates or doorways. Our mind has dormant energy, like different doorways, and you need keys to access these different doorways or neural pathways. But at these doorways are wardens, and these wardens are the fates, and these fates are the past, present, or future, and these fates are the weirds, the three sisters, or stars, psychological psi, as in psychic, stars, light, and these stars are light codes, and you access these light codes or door or wardens, which are standing at these. I view it in my mind's eyes. They're standing at different doorways, and this is how we can cast our own fate, is through words, is by letting, it's quite difficult not having this written down, because I usually type notes on my computer or write them down so I can read it back. But it's just very interesting that the Vort is related to word and ward, because with the vortex is how things come in and things go out, and that's how we cast our fate, is with a vortex, relating to the cortex and raw text. And the text isn't just, well, text relates to words, but text is also signaling to me technology, which is language and symbols, which are words. Language are words. And with this vortex, how we let these raw texts come through our cortex by opening up these dormant energies or waterways, airways, whatever you want to say. I'm going to say waterways. That there's wardens and these vortices are waterways, and this relates to the chakras or channels or wheels as well. So yeah, this has got my wheels and my cogs turning. So I'm definitely gonna have to go back, because occasionally I'll hear a word and it just ignites so much. So thank you for breaking that down. The vort, and the the way it changes to like warden and stuff. And for the life of me, I can't remember what else you said, but I'm going to go back and see what you had on the screen and write some notes, and then I'll update you tomorrow. But yeah, man, it's been a great conversation today. I'm glad I jumped on, and thanks for the invite. Gonna have to shoot off now, finish up at work.
It's been an honor, brother. I hope you have a good day. I'm sorry that your phone was giving you so much flick-flack, and what a head brain that you now need an app installed on an Apple just to run StreamYard. That's ridiculous. What a series of hoops they make you jump through just for an update, and then they wouldn't even let you operate without the update. Oh, these companies are evil. Samsung does that too, by the way. People don't think it's just Apple. If I need to update my phone, things stop working. Windows does that. If Windows wants you to update, it will make stuff stop working. It's really annoying. You suddenly things stop working, you go and check what it needs an update, of course. And it's like it's on by design so that you stay up to date. It's not like you need that update for everything to work. It's clever. It's evil. The old versions of Windows, I'm still running a version of Windows 8 that has never been updated. Listen to me, on my other machine. It has never, ever been updated. I won't let that computer near an update. In fact, they stopped updating Windows years ago for Windows 8. And you know what? That Windows 8 performs. If you have an old Windows XP, I bet you can use it now, and I bet it rocks. Anyway, thank you, dear brother. You have an absolutely fantastic day. God bless, and honor having you. Oh, we're going to see you tomorrow for the round table. You're going to be around, but you can be busy.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I'll try and get on there for 4-ish.
Nice. Well, I don't know what the topic is yet. Tomorrow is a cool day. What is tomorrow? It is the what's the date tomorrow? It's a cool day. So it's the 28th of the 3rd, which is 28 and 3, which is 31 of the 20th century and the 26th year. That's 46 plus 33 is plus 31 is 77. Oh my gosh, it's going to have to be a very powerful round table because it's 77. It's going to be about some kind of the internal path, looking out into the cosmos and finding personal meaning in the universe and the spiritual dilemmas of internal experience. Something like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But it's been an honor, brother. Sending much love.
Is 7-7 related to as above, so below as well?
You see, 7 and 7 come together and they form the number 5.
So let me just stop you there 1 second.
Yeah.
This exercise Pegasus started on a 7-7. The emergency alert went off on a 7-7. Pegasus is related to Mercury. Right, I better go because otherwise we're going to be chatting for like another hour.
All day, brother, all day. We can discuss this tomorrow.
Absolutely.
This is the taster for tomorrow, peeps.
Absolutely.
Big love, dear brother. You take it easy.
See you later, everyone.
Good luck. I hope the kids and the wife are well, or the missus. And big love to everybody. Big love to all of you in the chat.
Yep.
To Gaz, to the Star, to Tomru, to Unsecured, to Vincent, to wow, there's a lot of chat things here. To Patricia Gnosis, to Kat, to Carly, to the list just keeps going on. It's hard to keep track. It's hard to keep track. To the Manta Ray, to everybody else, sending you all big love and big blessings, peace, honor, and respect. Patricia was here as well. anyway, I hope you guys are all having a great week. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. That will be EST 12. Remember, your time zones changed. That is GMT. The GMT time zones haven't changed yet. When do they change? I think they change on the last Sunday of the month. So next week, the time zones for the UK and Europe will have changed. So it will be still at 4 p.m. London time and 12 noon New York time. Just for people to know, the time zone changes. That's where we're going to be, 12 noon New York time and 4 afternoon time for London, and GMT is at that point. Otherwise, sending you all much love, big blessings. Have an absolutely fantastic day and a great start to the weekend. Keep it sweet. Thank you, dear Rebecca. Thank you, the star. Thank you, Gaz. Big love, brother. Hope you're good. Hope you're thriving. And Tom Roo and everybody, don't forget to smile. Keep the smile alive. Make the life worthwhile, and that's where you will thrive. Om Shanti. Om Namah Shivaya. Jai Bhagwan Namaha. Bholenath Sabka Sats. The spirit is in all people.